Mr. Mayor, we're live.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I'd like to welcome everybody to the special council meeting of March 27th, 2025. Before reading the land acknowledgement, I'd like to address some housekeeping items. Please silence your cell phones while in chamber, and members of the public when speaking at the podium, and councillors when speaking into the mic, please speak directly into it so the people at home can hear us clearly, and as this is being live streamed and recorded for people to be able to view at a later date. Excuse me. The Township of Oro-Medonte acknowledges that we are situated on the traditional land of the Anishinaabe people and ancestral territory of the Huron-Wendat. The Anishinaabe include the Odawa, the Ojibwe, and the Potawatomi nations, collectively known as the Three Fires Confederacy. It continues today as the home for diverse Indigenous peoples, including the historic Métis community in Penetang-Washeen. The Anishinaabe people continue to have an enduring relationship with this land, specifically the Chippewas of Rama First Nations, the Chippewa Tri-Council, and the Williams Treaties First Nations. The Huron-Wendat Nation also continues to pay respect and protect their ancestors and heritage on this land. Excuse me. We honor the Indigenous history and culture that has thrived for millennia in the territory and the treaties that bind us together as partners in the spirit of a shared, sustainable, and prosperous future. We are all treaty people. Our commitment begins with acknowledging the truth so that we can move forward towards reconciliation. Miigwech. Madam Clerk, may we have a draft motion to adopt the agenda, please?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that the agenda for the special council meeting of Thursday, March 27, 2025 be received and adopted.
Call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. May we have a motion to go past 4 hours if necessary?
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that Rule 14.20A, as per the procedural bylaw number 2023-043, be suspended in order to allow the meeting to proceed past the 4-hour adjournment requirement.
All in favor? That is carried. Is there any pecuniary interest to declare at this time? Okay, just for clarity for the public, in regards to, there are some items when we reconcile the budget, when we deal specific, those specific items is when you would recuse yourself, because today is basically an information only, and we're not actually assigning money to specific areas at this point in time, just for clarity of that, okay? Open forum, Madam Clerk, do we have anyone registered to speak in open forum today?
No, Mr. Mayor, no registrations have been received.
Okay. We're now in reports of municipal officers for action. Mr. Binns, would you like to proceed when ready?
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. I'm just going to load the presentation here. Through you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, members of the community that may be logging in to view the presentation this morning, I wanted to start with just a bit of an overview in terms of a recommended process, Your Worship, for council. We were thinking that we would provide a general overview of the 2025 budget and then follow with the specific details of each department. To make the best use of our time, we weren't planning on going through the department overview. All the information is there for council and for the public to view. We'll spend the time reviewing the high-level business plan components specifically related to the 2025-26 budget, starting with operating and then moving into capital. And on the capital side, looking at the larger strategic projects, and again, all of the detailed capital project worksheets are there for information. So if there are specific questions related to information that's contained in the budget that we don't cover, what we're looking to do is, as we go through each section, just validate with council that there's a level of comfort with what's presented in the draft budget in each of those sections, and then we'll have an opportunity to drill down with any specific questions that may come from council. So we're really looking for your direction on any changes that you'd like to see incorporated into the budget process. And I think as council's aware, we do have 2 open sessions for public feedback, as well as online public feedback starting the end of this week. The session's April 1st from 4 till 7 at the Moonstone Fire Hall, and then the Thursday the 3rd at the administration office from 4 till 7. So we'll be looking to get feedback from the public on the draft. There may be items that council wants to table specifically that you want to get additional feedback from the community on. So those things would be important for staff to be aware of, to incorporate into the consultation process. We will be keeping a tally of the changes that are recommended by council to bring back in an updated draft. And if there are areas that you may require additional information or want an additional report back, we'll also flag those so that we can bring back the appropriate information prior to the intended ratification of the budget. So for the public in attendance or watching, we will be looking to take a 20-minute break for lunch around the noon hour. And then we'll continue with the presentations until that's complete. So, Your Worship, members of council, I just wanted to confirm that that aligns with your expectations for the presentation.
Yes, no, that's great. Thank you very much, Mr. Benz.
Thank you. So I'd like to start off, and you'll recall the presentation that the leadership team presented on December 11th that really provided an overview of the 25-26 budget, the assumptions and the considerations that were being used to guide the development of the budget. There is a link attached to the package that goes back to that presentation. And without getting back into all of those specific details, I did want to highlight, and we heard this yesterday at council as well, with respect to economic development and just the pace of change and the challenges of the operating environment. Certainly a challenging, it's been a couple of challenging years, and the future looks to be challenging as well. Lots of uncertainty, so there does need to be flexibility in our budget, and our budget being a plan. The foundation of our business plans are council's 2024 to 2027 strategic plan, which continues to guide our priorities of financial sustainability, community engagement, well-planned development, community safety, and strengthening operational capacity. So you'll hear through each of the departments, the initiatives, the operating initiatives and their business plans, as well as the capital projects and how those are moving forward council strategic initiatives. We also received feedback from the community as part of the budget survey, as well as our staff team that has formed the basis for our business plans. Asset management and the infrastructure that our community relies upon is a huge focus, not only in the 2025 and 2026 budget, but the long-term financial plan. As council and the community is aware, we are opening a new community center and school in Horseshoe Valley in the fall of this year. So that's a significant change to the services that we provide, and as such has additional service level considerations that form part of the business plan. But what we've tried to do is build a business plan that truly reflects the service level requirements of the organization, while reflecting our commitment to fiscal responsibility and positioning us for the future. And I'd like to just highlight and acknowledge the team that put the budget together. It truly has been a collaborative effort with all levels of the organization, and thinking outside of the box and really kind of taking a critical look at where our priorities are to be able to put forward and get us to the place that we are today. And special thanks to the team in finance, Shannon and her team, and Matthew Samerda, who's in the back there, who has become the township's graph wizard, as we tried to put this together in a way that truly paints the picture, not only for council, but for our community. So as I mentioned, the presentation on December 11th really guided the development of the budget. Specifically, I wanted to highlight a number of themes that you'll see in each of the operating areas. Inflation and cost of goods. Budget lines have been adjusted to reflect the actual cost and anticipated cost of goods. A lot of that is being driven by procurement and existing service contracts. Growth across the municipality, and Ms. Johnson will show you a picture of the recent growth in development. Our legislative requirements, which continue to change, risk management, looking at optimization of user fees. So I mentioned the new community center coming online. How do we optimize user fees? That's certainly something we heard from the community in the survey that we provided, and you'll see that theme across all of the budgets as well. Technology projects and process improvements as we continue to modernize service delivery, asset management, and taking a longer term view of what's required in reserves and long-term financial planning. Prioritization of capital projects. So there was a significant number of capital projects that did come forward and went through a number of iterations to prioritize based on really affordability from a longer term perspective in what we have in reserves and how do we prioritize that across the municipality. The Ontario Provincial Police, I think when we reported in December, there was uncertainty. There was a fairly significant increase, about a 3% tax increase solely to deal with OPP costs. We have had some relief on that, but certainly something that we need to manage in 25 and 26 and beyond. The other thing you'll see in between the budgets is distribution of cost across different areas. So that's really kind of taking a service level budgeting or an activity-based costing perspective. So you'll see things like facility costs being distributed out to other departments to more accurately reflect the cost of those services. Salaries and benefits are a big component of the township's budget. The last budget, we spoke about some of the trends with external services and doing more insourcing, and fleet services is an example of that. There is some additional insourcing that's being looked at as part of the draft budget. Working with our QP partners, our requirements under our current collective agreement, which expires in 2025. And adjustments to salary also reflect council's pay principles and compensation policy. The other thing I'd like to note from a salaries and benefits perspective, and we heard loud and clear from council with the 2024 budget recalibration, was how we budget for salaries and benefits. We had a surplus. We've had historically had an annual surplus with salaries and benefits. The previous approach was to budget everything all in for the entire year. We've really looked at where we are now and built the phasing into the salary and benefit line item. So you'll see for 25, that's reflective of anticipated timing of hiring and reflects some of the existing leaves and just regular churn that exists in the organization for 25. The assumption for 26 is everything is full in, but when we get to 26 recalibration, we'll have a better idea of where we are, and we'll recalibrate based on what we're anticipating at that point in time. So I did want to highlight that. And that has provided some additional flexibility to deal with some of the service level requirements that we need to deal with. Succession planning has also been an area of focus across all of the department business plans to ensure we've We've got a good succession plan and business continuity plan as we move forward and looking to develop our staff team to that end. The new community center, as I mentioned, and service level requirements. So really taking a hard look across the organization around writing our resource requirements. And council, a number of reviews have been undertaken with the fire services review and some recommendations that came from that, the finance review, and that's really fleet services review, another one to really look at the needs of those services, and you'll see that reflected with additional resources in those areas that need to be truly righted to be able to continue to deliver the expected levels of service. And then contributions to reserves for debt and future infrastructure, and that's something that Ms. Johnson will talk a little bit more about that. So that's really, council, an overview of, and you'll see these themes throughout each of the department areas, but wanted to highlight that from a corporate perspective. As I mentioned, there's a lot of uncertainty. There's a lot of uncertainty with pricing and things like tariffs. And just to maybe put that in a perspective, chief payment, a pumper tanker for fire is about $1 million, 900,000. And if there was a 25% tariff on that, that's another $250,000, which is almost 1%. So that's just one example of the potential implication of this across the municipality. So really the 2025 and 2026 budget is a plan. It's a plan that we need to manage tightly, continuing to scan what's happening in the environment, both those challenges, but we also anticipate some opportunity potentially with infrastructure projects and external provincial and federal stimulus money, that we do have a number of projects that are shovel ready and lined up for those opportunities as they come forward. But it's really about the budget management controls and things like stage gating and managing the approvals of the projects as they move through for approval, and looking at council reporting and direction for those approvals, variance reviews, and as I mentioned, the 26 budget recalibration. So that's how we're going to manage some of that uncertainty moving forward and the controls that are there for council from a governance perspective. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Johnson to move forward with the next few slides.
Thank you, CAO Binns, and good morning, council and members of the public. My slide here is going to talk about assessment, the assessment in the township. The Municipal Property Assessment Corporation, MPAC, is responsible for assessing and classifying all properties in Ontario, determining their values for taxation purposes. The bar graph in the slide displays the assessment values from 2021 to 2025, categorized by their property types. There's residential, multi-residential, commercial, industrial, managed forests, farmland, pipelines, landfill, and a new property tax class this year called aggregate extraction. In the township, as you can see by the orange colored bar, residential properties account for 92% of the total assessment in the township, as indicated by this in the graph. Commercial properties represent the next highest percentage value, while multi-residential properties have the lowest percentage value on the assessment. The township's total assessment value for 2025 is $5,365 million, reflecting an increase of $66.5 million over 2024's assessment value in the township. This growth has contributed $316,350 to the township's revenues. This helps mitigate the impact of a 1.11% property tax rate increase for 2025. So this is considered the growth in the assessment value. And that growth, like I said, will help mitigate any tax increases for 2025. Yes.
If I could just add to that, and we highlighted this in December as well, that this is solely attributable to residential growth. The MPAC is still using 2016 property assessments, so we have no sense of when reassessment may be occurring. So what you're seeing in assessment growth is truly the result of building activity.
Could I just, if you don't mind, ask a follow-up question, just to provide clarity for people that are watching at home? And but can you explain to me how the impact reassessment, when it does come into play, because we're trying to capture a lag of multiple years prior to COVID, how will that assess, or how will that impact the residential tax rate? Even if, let's say, just to give an example, if we have no tax increase for the year that it's implemented versus if we put a 2% tax, how would it affect the end user? Payer, I guess, would be the proper term, not user.
So, Your Worship, we're not certain, and I think that's really the challenge that the provincial government has had with this, is that because it has lagged and market values of property have changed so drastically from 2016. So, how this rolls out, we're uncertain of what that would look like, but there is typically a 5-year phase in. Ultimately, it would be the ratepayer that would pay more, and I think that's really the dilemma here. So I don't know if that answers the question specifically. It is a provincial process that ultimately, in terms of who would pay, that it's done on a percentage, and maybe Ms. Johnson can clarify that component of taxation in terms of overall impact, but it would be on the individual ratepayer.
So just to jump in there, so the assessment values, as we looked in the graph, those are the values of the homes, and as valued by MPAC. So as the values of the homes increase, that is our tax rate, our current tax rate that we apply to those values brings in more revenues. The tax rate is determined on what the total operating and capital budget is, and that total amount is divided into the total assessment base for the township. So if the values of that value base goes up, the tax rate doesn't need to increase as much. But the tax rate then is applied to each property owner's assessment value. So in that case, they could end up paying a little bit more because the value of their home has gone up. But the tax rate then would not increase because it's spread across the entire municipality.
We're within our own vacuum, so to speak, and it's...
Right.
No, thank you. And Councillor Clark had a question or a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to staff. And this is kind of my understanding of how this potentially would work. So let's say we've got $5 billion of assessed MPAC value. Now we'll use nice even round numbers, and we need an operating budget of $30 million. We'll just call it that. If our assessed values then jump to $10 billion, so a full 100% increase, but we still only need $30 million of operating expenses, the factor that we would apply to, for example, the residential industry or the residential classification would be adjusted to ensure that, yes, their property values on average have increased 100%. The property taxes would be consistent relatively to what they had paid last year. There wouldn't be that 100% increase on property taxes.
Perfect.
That's correct, yeah. That's exactly, the tax rate would decrease because there wouldn't be that need for that burden of the tax rate to be increased. That assessment value or growth would mitigate the need for the tax rate to increase. So any assessment value growth in the municipality only benefits the entire municipality's classifications, because then those rates would go down.
So the net sum we're looking for will be the same. It's just that how it gets
That's
divvied
right.
up based on the readjustment of assessment.
Yeah, it's similar to the growth that I calculated at 1.11% for 2025. It's because the assessment value did increase by $66 million. The need, it mitigated 1.11% of the tax rate. Otherwise, if we did not have that growth,
Yeah.
the tax rate would have been 6.61%,
Oh,
not 5.50 for the township.
no, that's great. I think that just helps provide clarity for
Yep.
everyone because it doesn't have an expertise such as you and Councillor Clark. So
Okay, so we're on the loonie. This is a great graph here. So the this slide, titled "Where Does Your Tax Dollars Go?" Provides an overview of the Township of Oro-Medonte's draft budgets for 25 and 2026. The 2025 budget levy is set at $30,023,337, with approximately $22.8 million allocated for operating expenses and approximately $7.2 million for the capital levy contributions to replenish our capital reserves. Similarly, the 26 budget levy is $31,923,942, with approximately $23.5 million for operating and approximately $8.4 million for capital. 2025 sees a tax rate increase of 5.50%, which I was just mentioning in the slide beforehand. And this equates to a blended rate of 4.07% when combined and blended with the County of Simcoe's tax rate increase and the school boards, contributing 4.19% for the operating budget and 1.31% for the capital reserve contributions levy. For 2026, the tax rate increase for the Township of Oro-Medonte is 5.26%. This equates to a blended rate of 3.98% when blended and combined with the County of Simcoe and the school boards, including contributions of 3.87% for operating budget and 1.39% for the capital levy contributions to reserves. So the loonie breaks down these amounts in a comparison for every dollar of property tax dollars collected for township expenses. For every dollar, 30 cents that's collected from residents, Township of Oro-Medonte residents, 30 cents goes to the County of Simcoe, 36 cents to the township's operating budget, 13 cents for the township's capital reserve levy contributions, 5 cents to the OPP budget, and 16 cents to school boards. This results in an annual tax dollar increase of $200.13 in 2025 and $203.03 in 2026 for a residential home assessed at an average value of $500,000 in the Township of Oro-Medonte. Additionally, just to put in context for council, that an average increase or decrease of $285,000 to the 25 or 26 budget, this would result in a 1% change in the tax rate, meaning for every $285,000 adjusted in the budget, so this would correspond to 1%. That could either be an increase or a decrease. So if council would choose to make a change to the budget that would decrease it by $285,000, this would decrease the township's tax rate to 4.50%. If council chooses to increase the budget by $285,000, this would increase it by 1%, and this now would be 6.50% for the Township of Oro-Medonte's rate. Thank you.
Councillor Hutchison has a question.
Okay.
Sorry, thank you. Through you, Mayor Greenlaw. With regard to the capital budget levy for the replenishment of reserves, do we have an idea of what percentage this would look like compared to previous years? Are we looking to place more money in reserves than we have in the past? And if so, perhaps why?
Yep.
We'll get there, Councillor Hutchison. We do want to spend a lot of time on that. We've got a few graphs that will depict that picture, so we'll make sure we hit that point actually in a couple slides here.
This slide here is where do your tax dollars go from a different perspective. We're showing the public and council that I got to see my screen. For every, there's 33.9% of the operating budget is allocated to our operations and roads division. This is for road maintenance, road clearing, and paving. We have 16.8% of the operating budget is allocated to our general government, which includes our IT department, finance department, HR, human resources department, council, clerks and corporate services, communications, economic development, and general administration. We have 12.6% of the operating budget is allocated to the financing of the OPP services MOU for the township. 11.6% of the operating budget is allocated for fire and emergency services, and this is maintenance and improvement and investment in our emergency equipment and our volunteer firefighters and our staff. Recreation, we have 11.1% of the operating budget is allocated for maintenance and improvements in recreation programs and activities. We have 3.2% of the operating budget is for environmental services administration. These are things that are just to administer the environmental services area, not the user pay departments, but just the general admin of those divisions. 2.3% of the operating budget is for environmental initiatives. This is for the conservation authorities, that section of the budget. We have 4.5% of the operating budget is allocated to improving development services and maintaining the service levels in the township. And 3.3% of the operating budget is allocated to maintaining and improving municipal law enforcement and those service levels. And 0.7% of the operating budget is allocated to maintaining and improving township facilities. It is important to mention the 0.7%. That is the net amount on the levy. The corporate facilities division charges out its costs for the buildings to each of the programs. So in corporate facilities, it manages, say, the fire stations that we have. Well, there's a charge or allocation out to the fire department for that maintenance of that facilities, of all their facilities. And then the revenue comes back to corporate facilities. So it's an internal cost allocation that we've done there. But the net result is only a 0.7% on the operating budget.
And just to maybe put that in a perspective, Ms. Johnson spoke about a 1% increase to the levy, resulting in an increase of approximately $285,000. To kind of put that in a perspective, I mentioned the cost of a new fire pumper truck being nearly $1 million. If we didn't have appropriate reserves and we had to fund that, we'd be looking at over a 3% increase. And then on the operations side, the cost to fully deploy our operations team to respond to one winter event is about $29,000. So you can see 1% and $285,000 doesn't go very far when we're looking at incremental changes to either capital or the operating budget. This slide here reflects what we heard from the community in terms of top 5 priorities, and I think there's really good alignment with the recommended draft budget before you in terms of some of the adjustments to service levels to reflect a number of these areas. And here you can see another chart that shows the percentage of the operating budget allocated across the different program areas.
So a breakdown of the 2025 operating budget. We're showing the expenses, the total expenses on the left-hand side, broken down by the divisions or departments. And on the right-hand side, I'm showing the revenues, the 2025 revenues that are collected. So the draft operating expense budget is 34.5 million for 2025, and the revenues, like I mentioned, must amount or equal the amount to balance the budget. So the operating revenues, these are other sources of revenues, total 11.7 million, and they come from sources such as user fees, provincial grants, supplementary taxes for increased development in the municipality, payments in lieu of taxes. These are sources that come from other government agencies, internal cost allocations, and capital reserves. To achieve a balanced budget, the 25 net operating tax levy is calculated to be approximately 22.8 million. This reflects an increase of 900,000 over the 2024 net operating tax levy. And you can see from the graph, like I mentioned, property tax is not the only revenue that we collect. It does account for 66.4% of the revenue that is collected, but there are other sources, as you can see from the donut graph, that we collect in order to mitigate the pressure on the tax levy. The next slide is the same thing. It's just representing the 2026 operating budget, and it totals expenses of 36.6 million. And again, operating revenues must equal this amount to balance the budget. You can see from the expenses that most of the costs are related to roads operations, and again, we don't just collect from the property tax levy, although it is 64.2% of the revenues collected. There are other sources such as user fees and grants and other sources of income. And this graph, this is an interesting graph. This shows of the work that we've done in 2024, what staff have done of having, there was a fee services review done for the water department, drinking water department in 2024. And we've also done a fee services review for the development services department. And you can see from this graph that this is the change year over year. So what we're depicting is in 2024, we see the green bar, which was the property tax levy for each of the years. This represents the change or the increase or decrease that is required to balance the budget. You can see in 2025 that there are other sources of income. The yellow is the user fees and the blue is other income. This blue bar seems to be quite high in 2025, and this represents additional investment income that our reserves have earned being in a high interest savings account over the last year and a half. So we have collected more revenue based on that being more strategic with how we're investing in our reserve money. And in 2026, you see again that user fee revenue is increased based on the development services review and the 70% cost recovery of its expenses. So this directly impacts the more user fees and other revenue that we can collect, as we've shown in the donut revenue or donut graph, the less reliance on the property tax levy and on the property tax bill for residents. So this is a good news story that the more user fees we can collect, the less burden on the tax levy. Next slide. And this slide, so this is another just slide of our user fees that we collect. This is the building department's permit activity over the years 2019 to 2025 to date. And as you can see, the building permits issued have increased significantly. and the user fee revenue associated with it, as the graph spikes quite high for 24 and 25. And any surplus in the revenues that are collected in the building department are then transferred to its user pay reserve. And because the division must balance its revenues and expenses for the year. So any surplus goes to reserves. Any deficit in the department would need a transfer from its reserve to balance its division. So in this case, this is a good news story. This is a large surplus that will then be transferred to the building department's reserve.
I'll take the opportunity to state the obvious here. I mean, as homes are constructed, there's increasing pressure on service demands. Those subdivisions or those homes then require services from the municipality, and those are the themes, again, that you'll see throughout each of the operating areas. Before we move on to an overview of capital and reserves, was there any questions from members of council on the levy, the operating components, revenue and expenses?
Councillor Hutchison?
Sorry, just more of a comment. I know that the discussion around the investment of reserve funds has taken place at this table last year, year before, both years. I think there was some question as to why we weren't investing the reserves, and I'm so pleased to see that the department has gone ahead and made those investments, and we can absolutely demonstrate the results of that. So well done.
Councillor Clark?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to my colleagues around the table here. I think it's always important to have a comparator to, okay, this is great. We've got a great story here. What does this look like for other municipalities in the area that are of similar size and demographic? So if we look at our our reserve relative to our current replacement value of all of our assets, which I think is 793 million approximately, we've got a reserve of 2.77%, which is what is forecasted, I think, for 2025. Okay, that sounds, is that good? Is that bad? If you look across the border to our colleagues in Springwater and their township, they've got a higher replacement value of assets. They're over $1 billion, but their percentage of reserve is only 1.36. So, we're investing in our reserves to make sure that we can do this versus do this with our tax increases. We want to be consistent and smooth and make sure that our reserves are well funded. And when we have the appropriate reserves, then we can obviously use those reserves to make more money to hopefully prevent future outsized tax increases. So I think it's important to point out, from a reserve perspective, we're making a decision to invest in those reserves to smooth out potential tax increases in the future.
Good point. Councillor Bard?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this has been addressed right at the start with the tariffs and the uncertainty, but looking at that graph, looking at the sources of revenue and how we're increasing that to 18.9%, how do we correct that if we have people stop building houses and we're not recovering? Like, we're increasing the amount, but if less people are building, then is this for 2026 and to recalibrate? Sorry if I'm not super clear on that, but I'm concerned that, we're recovering lots of these fees, but that's based on assumptions that we're going to continue to have strong building numbers.
Through you, Mayor Greenlaw, to Councillor Bard, really good observation, really good question, Councillor Bard. As I mentioned, I think this is something that we're managing constantly. It's constantly changing. We have to look at some of the implications, even in terms of the projects that are moving through as departments are going out and getting pricing. We need to manage the pipeline. And again, that's a prioritization exercise across the board. There are those controls in place with council's authorization of those tendered projects. So there is a stage gating component. So, I mean, I think it goes both on operating and capital. We have to continually just assess where we're at. There may be opportunities that come up, as well as I mentioned stimulus funding that may, take priority over something else. So those are things that the management team, has a pulse on, and we'll be bringing that forward and enhancing our reporting to council. So from a governance perspective, that council has a good control on where we are and how we're moving through some of that uncertainty. This really is a plan, and there's a number of assumptions that are built into the plan. Certainly, we've been on the conservative side of what we were anticipating for building, et cetera, but we're going to speak to reserves in the next section, and there are operating reserves as well, and this winter is a really good example of that we don't forecast or we don't plan for winters like we had this winter, but we do have reserves in place to be able to deal with those significant variances. So we do have operating reserves in place. When there's a surplus in building, for example, on this slide, the excess revenue goes into the building reserve, recognizing that there is ebb and flow with building permit activity. So there are a number of controls that are kind of built into the assumptions that will allow us to be able to, if there are significant variances, and police is another one. We have a police services reserve that does allow us to smooth some of those adjustments, so there isn't a significant impact for those costs that may be completely out of the township's control.
Thank you. I appreciate that our numbers are somewhat conservative based on what's happening. Thank you.
Councillor Shell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Through you to staff. This slide that we have up here says building permit activity, and it's only speaking to residential. What are we doing, or is the commercial and industrial building permits, is that could it come up later on another slide?
Please go ahead.
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Shell. Unfortunately, we've only shown the graph for residential because that has been where the biggest impact has happened in the township. So no, we don't have another graph for the commercial aspect. We just we wanted to show what was happening with the residential. So I apologize for not including the commercial. But this is, I think we were showing here that there has been a large increase in just the residential. And since that has the largest component on the assessment value in the township, I think we were trying to show that impact here in this graph.
Yes, thank you. I understand that's on your permit fee revenue. So I just wondered if, like we've got two big institutionals, sites that have just come up recently, and a lot of other commercial. There's got to be taxes coming in from those. How are they? How are they filtered in? I
think Mr. Spagnell can maybe speak to that, Councillor Shell.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Through you to Councillor Shell. Councillor Shell, great comment. If you take a look at the departmental overviews, there's reference to some of the commercial and industrial developments that have been reviewed and that have been applied for and dealt with through building permits. So TNR Doors is one of the key industrial applications that the department was dealing with from a building permit review perspective. You're correct in that there's some institutional developments and whatnot. The community center is one where the building department has been looking at. So what staff can do is provide additional information on that front with respect to the breakdown of those the permit fees that have been picked up as part of those reviews. But those are a couple of the key developments that have factored into building permit reviews for 2024.
Thank you.
No, and I want to thank the planning department as well for doing that reassessment of development charges so that we can properly get aligned. And one last question, if no one else has one, is from best practices in Simcoe County or in Ontario, what is the comfort zone or best situation to be in from reserves versus budget where you should be operating at?
Your Worship, through to the point earlier around benchmarking, I don't know that we have that in front of us at this point. I think, I would say that most municipalities, in fact, almost all municipalities are in the same situation with the gap of what the replacement value is and what should be in their reserves, and trying to close that that gap. We do have a requirement as of July of this year to update our asset management plan. But perhaps we can do a little bit more work on just doing a bit of a benchmarking exercise to see where we're at in contrast to some of our counterparts, both large and small. We haven't done that that assessment, but I think, you know, the big picture is that this is an issue, and you'll know from attending AMO and from hearing from other municipalities, this is really, you know, a significant issue across the province. And really, I think what we're trying to do from a staff perspective is help educate the community on the situation here in Oro-Medonte and the need, to Councillor Clark's point, to put more into reserves to pay for future costs, because it's really a scenario of, you know, pay now or pay more later.
Yeah, no, that's a great answer. And Shannon, you wanted to add to that?
Yes, just to add on to CAO Ben's comments. Those details for each municipality can be found on the province has the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing has a website you can log into. It's for the financial information return for each year for each municipality in the province. And there's schedules. It's a complete, extremely detailed report that gives all the details of each municipality in the province and shows those key indicators of reserves. There's tabs related just to reserves and those ratios. So I don't have those in front of me right now, but that is a key resource to find that information.
Well, thank you. I think the positive news is that we've identified and that we need to bolster up our reserves because we're not where we should be at this time in order to ensure we're sustainable moving forward with any surprises. And I appreciate that. I think that's important. Councillor Clark, did you? No, you're all good? Okay. Thank you. Please proceed then.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, members of council. So that's a good segue moving into the overview of the capital budget and reserve funds.
Thank you, CAO Bins. So this slide is our capital budget program. So it totals $41.5 million for 25 and 26. If you'll remember, I mentioned that the capital levy for 2025 was approximately $7 million, and the capital levy for 2026 was approximately $8.5 million. The difference is the capital levy represents contributions to our reserves to pay for past debt and for future replenishment to our capital reserves. So the two are different. So when I've showed this slide about what the capital budget program is, these are the total value of the capital projects that are intended to be completed in 25 and 26 for each of the divisions shown in the graph. Oh, sorry. As you can see, the largest component is roads and bridges, and culverts and drainage. We have corporate facilities. That would be our new community center that we're building in Horseshoe Valley, and environmental services. The budget's primarily funded. As I said, there's different sources of funding. It's capital reserves, 12.7 million. Development charges. Development charges are restricted reserves, and these reserves are allocated to projects that are going to be completed in the year due to the growth in the municipality. Development charges that are collected, that reserve cannot be allocated to projects that's just due to replacement. So if we're replacing a bridge, we cannot use development charges to pay for the capital expense of that bridge. It's only related to infrastructure that is being built or in the municipality due to the growth in the municipality. So you would see that the new community center, for instance, when we get down into the reserves area, the new community center is funded quite a bit from our development charges that are collected through our background study and the development that's done in the municipality. We have user pay reserves. This is approximately $6.1 million that's funding the capital budget program. So these are things like our drinking water infrastructure. Since drinking water is a user pay department, it can only use its user pay reserve, its water reserve, to fund the capital infrastructure. And then we have grants. We have grants like our Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, the Ontario Municipal Partnership Funding. We have the Canadian Benefit Fund, and all of these are considered provincial grants, and they're allocated to the capital projects at $4.8 million. And then we have other recoveries, so other agreements in the township. Some of the community halls and those kind of agreements and fundraising that is being done in the township, that is considered other recoveries. We also have the Simcoe County, the land, that the joint land that we received, that additional 1 million, I think it was $1.5 million that we received from the County of Simcoe school boards for the joint land agreement for the new community center. So that's all in that other recoveries. And so this comprehensive plan ensures the maintenance and development of our critical areas, such as our corporate fleet, our parks and our sports fields, and emergency services. This is highlighting the importance of our infrastructure and strategic funding and long-term planning. Okay, next slide. And again, this is just, we've provided council and members of the public with a 3-year capital forecast. So this is for the period 2027 to 2029. So we've looked at our intended capital projects that we are planning to do over the next 3 years past 2026. This totals $35.5 million. And it's provided to facilitate effective planning and management of forecasted reserve balances. So it's important, like we said, with that long-term planning, not to just look at the current and 26 year, but to look into the future and have a plan on how we're going to be able to fund our capital projects or replacement costs that we need to do in the municipality. So the forecast helps council make informed decisions, maintain financial stability, and promote community growth and development over the next 3 years. Next slide.
And maybe just if I could add a point here, we're currently looking at a 5-year capital plan. As we refine our asset management plan, we'll build that out to a longer term financial plan, which will stem from our update to the asset management plan.
Okay, and so this is a bit of I guess education on what reserve and reserve funds are. CAO Binns has mentioned a bit about the operating or working fund reserves. They provide a financial cushion to manage unexpected expenses and economic downturns, emergencies, or revenue shortfalls that are typical to our regular annual expenses. So as we said, they help smooth any tax burdens by trying to keep that sustainable to the taxpayer. They also fund opportunities and needs not planned through the budget process. So we can have emergencies come up or things that weren't planned, and those type of reserves can be used to mitigate the expenses on the budget. These kind of reserves are budget contingency reserves. Like we said, the building department's user pay, street lighting, user pay department. We have winter maintenance We have a nice picture. It's not the color of our trucks, but we get the idea. We have the police, the legal reserve, so for any legal costs that may be unanticipated, and we need to draw from those reserves to mitigate those expenses. And we have the insurance reserve. And again, those are items that for any claims or deductibles that the township has not planned for, those are times where we might draw from the reserve to mitigate those expenses. So as I said, the next slide please, reserve funds are established proactively for specific future expenses such as infrastructure projects, building renovations, other capital needs. These funds are guided by requirements to address growth, as I said, with the development charges reserve, master plans, asset management, and long-term financial plans. The reserve funds, the township's reserve funds, can be categorized into really three types of reserves. We have capital and repair funds, which finance major capital projects with long life cycles like buildings or upgrading infrastructure. Two, user pay reserve funds, which you heard me talk about with the building department, and the drinking water reserves are generated from user fees for the usage of drinking water and wastewater infrastructure maintenance and renewal. We have the development charges reserves, which these are like parkland reserves as well, which are considered restricted reserves, and they're collected from development to pay for development related infrastructure per the Development Charges Act and the Township's Development Charge Bylaw. Next slide, please. This is a colorful graph here. This is Matthew's masterpiece, our king of graphs. We have the capital levy contribution. So this slide here, as I talked about, the capital budget program is different. We talk about the capital levy contributions. These are the amounts that go on the tax bill that we collect from property owners, along with the operating budget levy. They're essential for maintaining reserves and paying off our debt, past debt, and funding future replacement costs has been challenging, impacting infrastructure maintenance. As you can see, the green in these bar graphs represent the debt that is part of each of the capital levy each year. So as you can see, the first bar graph, you can see the green portion is for debt payments. So what we do is we levy for the debt payments through the capital levy contribution. And we've put more of a lens on it this year to, as you can see, not all of the capital levy contributions from each year have been going to future replacement costs. Only the orange part of this bar has been going into capital reserves to fund our replacement costs. So it's important to note that things that we've debentured in the past, we definitely need to pay for now, and we need to pay for that annually. And so that portion has been on the capital levy contributions. We've done a deep dive into this, like we said, to look at the long-term planning and to really consider that it is only that orange bar that has been going into our future replenishment. As you can see from the pink, as we get into the 25 and 26 budgets, before we get to the pink, the 25 and 26 budgets that we're presenting to council and the public, we've increased those contributions because we're trying to put a focus on increasing those contributions to replenish our capital reserves for future replacement costs. The amounts in the pink are the forecasted amounts, and we've considered that same planning going forward, and you can see how they've increased the capital levy contributions as we go forward. The green has decreased as we start to pay off our past debts for things like our recreation. We had the arena, there was a renovation, now that debenture is being fully paid off, and there's other bridges, Bridge 4 and other bridges that now are going to be completely paid. through these payments. So that's a good news story. But as you can see, we've tried to depict this and plan for the future and how we're allocating those capital levy contributions. This graph indicates the 2024 opening reserve balance, as indicated at the top of the purple line in 2024, and it shows the current balance for 24's closing balance at $33.5 million. It's setting the starting point for the different capital reserve contribution scenarios. So like I said, the purple line represents the balance of the reserves, and below that you see the different bar graphs, or the bars that are below. The multicolored bars represent the contributions that are going into reserves. And as I said, that can come from the capital levy contributions. That can come from user pay revenues that are surpluses from the user pay divisions. As we said, building department had quite a good activity and surplus in their user pay department. So any surplus will go into its reserve. We have development charges collected from all of the development that's happening in the township. And so those revenues go into the development charge reserves. And so the green bars represent the withdrawals from capital reserves. And those are the total reserves that are being withdrawn. You can see 2025 is quite high. This represents some carryover projects from 2024 plus some 2025 projects. A big one is the new community center. As you know, it takes a couple of years to build a building like that, so that's got some carryover. But in that withdrawal, most of it's coming from development charge reserve due to the growth in the community. And so we see that activity within the bars, and then the purple line represents what is that activity doing to the balances in each of in our total reserves. And you can see that we've planned for that 3%, that equates to 3%. As I mentioned, $285,000 equals 1% on the operating budget. By increasing $285,000, that equates to a 1% tax increase. So we've taken that 1% tax increase and put that additional approximately $850,000 into reserves. And that is what the solid purple line is showing, that we've planned for that, and you can see that reserve balances are increasing. If council should choose not to want to put 3% in, that equated 3%, and it chooses the 2%, you can see where that dotted line where the balances would remain at the end of 29 forecasted, and the same for 1%. So we've tried to illustrate this concept through this graph. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to try and tie that into the bigger picture about asset management here. And council will recall the township's asset management plan. We look at all of our assets across the municipality. They have current replacement value of almost $800 million. So that's pretty substantial. You can see the chart here, how those are broken out. Roads and bridges and drainage infrastructure are our biggest asset classes, followed by buildings and water infrastructure. And then our vehicles and parks amenities. So you can see $800 million current replacement value. Obviously, those increase with inflation over time. And you'll recall some of these slides as well, that this really kind of depicts the condition of our infrastructure across the township based on different asset classes. A lot of work has been done with respect to roads and related assets and bridges and culverts, and you see that reflected in the charts here. our water infrastructure, even facility renewals in fire and emergency services, and other facilities across the township. You can see the condition of fleet here in this township vehicles, and exactly why we undertook the fleet services review to enhance our focus on asset management related to vehicles and equipment. Park amenities are generally lower priority, so you'd kind of anticipate them to be similar across asset classes. Again, here's a depiction of our roads and bridge and the condition indexes of both of those, and you can see the trending lines. So there has been, I think, a really positive demonstration of the investment, both from Carla and her team on the operating side, and Justin and his team on the infrastructure and capital projects with the levels of investment from council. And I think that this graph really, Councillor Hutchison, and to some of the questions around the funding gap really kind of puts it in a perspective. And you can see here, if you look at the top, the 21.8 million that's identified in 2024 is what KPMG recommended in terms of the asset management requirements on an annual basis, and that's been increased at 4% at the top line there for inflation. We know inflation's actually been higher than that over the past number of years for capital. And then you can see the net reserve activity that Ms. Johnson was speaking about, and what's happening to that funding gap over time. So that's really kind of the critical part, that we need to be putting more into reserves to deal with future expenses. The one thing I will say is that that 800 million is replacement value, and the $21.8 million was determined based on book value of our assets. And if you think of our roads and bridges, for example, a lot of those are old assets that have fully depreciated. So the assumption in the asset management is that they need to be replaced. So that's factored into that 21.8 million. But there's an obvious disconnect with the condition of those assets. So part of what we're going to be doing in the 2025 asset management update is identifying the levels of service of those assets. So that could be, using roads and bridges, for example, that we want to maintain a certain class of road at a certain pavement condition index. That becomes a level of service, and then we can identify the capital that's required to maintain it at that condition. So it paints a picture of where we're at. But to your point earlier, Mayor Greenlaw, about trying to benchmark with other municipalities, the starting point is really the condition of the assets. And I think at this point, until we all go through the exercise of updating our asset management plan, we're not at a point where we can truly compare apples and apples, because we're all kind of doing it a little bit differently, just simply because of the information we have at hand. And one of the things that you'll see in the capital side of things is looking at condition indexing. We've got a good handle on our condition index of fleet now, of our roads and bridges and water systems for the most part, but facilities and some of the other assets, we'll be looking at doing some detailed condition indexing to help inform the updates to the asset management plan. And I'll maybe turn the next one over to Ms. Johnson before we round out this section. And Ms. Johnson, if you want to just finalize this slide.
Yes, so just to echo what CAO Binns has mentioned, yes, we need to put in an increased focus on our reserves, and that's what we have tried to do in this budget, planning for this budget year. We've done a deep dive, like I mentioned in the previous graphs, to really truly understand where our capital levy contributions are going to, and to be strategic on how they're invested through our even the high interest savings accounts that we've invested our reserve money into, to ensure that we're receiving that investment income back into our reserves that helps reduce the reliance on the tax levy. So there'll be more to come, definitely, over the next few months as we meet that July 1st deadline for our asset management plan. And we will continue to do some more strategizing and some planning on the long-term effects of the township's reserves.
And I'd like to maybe just shift back to this slide, and I think certainly from a staff perspective, the more that we can contribute to the reserve, the better position we're going to be in longer term. So I do want to flag this for council. There may be consideration to look at doing more on the contribution to reserve, and where I started with respect to the consultation, that may be something that we want to flag for additional consultation with the community to bring back to council for consideration. This, I think, is probably our biggest challenge longer term, is for the community to understand the long-term financial plan, the need to put money in to pay for things down the road. And really, I think we're really trying to focus on that education with the community and that deficit, and preparing the municipality for the longer term. So I just wanted to conclude with that. And Your Worship, this would be a good time for any questions from council on the overall capital perspective and reserves, long-term financial planning, asset management.
Thank you very much, Mr. Binns. Council, colleagues, any other questions at this point or comments? Councillor Clark?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it warrants a discussion for us at the table here of where we think the appropriate level would be. Obviously, staff's recommendation is 3%, and as Mr. Binns has just indicated, there should be a fulsome discussion on what that amount is, so that we're setting up the township for success into the future. Obviously, we're in a challenging economic situation overall, so we should be very mindful of asking people to put out more money now relative to the economic conditions, because there is a lot of uncertainty, obviously, with the tariff implications, and every day markets do not like uncertainty, and we're living in a very uncertain time. So obviously, I think we at the table have to be cognizant of that factor as well. Personally, my opinion is 3%, I think, is reasonable. Obviously, if we have more certainty in the financial markets in a year from now, then we have the opportunity to pull that lever to reinvest at that time.
Yeah, I know. I think I'll go to Councillor Hutchison first, but I totally agree. I think Shannon and staff have taken all those into consideration when they've set where they want to set it at. We do gotta, as you've said before, Councillor Clark, we need to plan now for the future. If we don't plan now for the future, we'll be in a very undesirable position. But there is definitely uncertainty in the market moving forward. But I'm not the financial expert, and have the background that you and Shannon have, and I think that's where I lean towards input from everybody before we. I think 3% is fine of where the blended and everything comes in. I don't want to be overly aggressive where we're putting those who are struggling now, just to make sure that they are keeping up with their payments and taxes. I don't want to put them in any more of a compromising position. Councillor Hutchison?
Thank you, through you, Mayor Greenlaw. Yes, thank you for this very comprehensive overview. I'm very impressed with the detail and the ability to explain the concepts in such a way that it is, understandable for lots of people. And I wanted to echo the CAO's comment on sort of the education of the public as to why we're looking at perhaps 3% into reserves, and how, my question earlier was a bit of a leading question as to how did we get here, and how do we move forward. There has been chatter, in the community over the last couple of years with regards to the size of increases in taxation, but we're not alone in having to do this, and it's not an unusual situation for Oro-Medonte to now see that we're in a place where we have to sort of make up for perhaps wasn't collected in the past. So I'm looking forward to the public sessions, and I think it's really important. I'm seeing on social media the advertisement. I think that the township's doing a great job in directing our community members to go to the public information sessions, and I would continue myself, and I'm sure all the councillors would be reaching out to our constituents to really get involved and understand what this looks like for all of us going forward, and because we are in a delicate time. It's hard for lots of people right now, financially, and these increases have an impact on part of our community. So I think really being able to understand this as councillors and be able to speak back to public questions about it is very important. So thank you for the tools that you've provided today so we can do that.
Thank you very much. And I don't know if there's an opportunity maybe as part of the public education session to go back further than 24 to see the decking of it. Like, I think it's important, and this is where I really do encourage the public to get involved in these sessions, because we're here to represent them, and that's how we're going to get out of this with minimal damage onto other individuals within the township. Everyone's in a different position, but it's the feedback back and forth will help guide us to where we want to be. Any other comments at this time? Councillor Bard?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. So first of all, I want to say thank you and echo everybody else's sentiment. It's so much easier to see and make these decisions moving forward, and we've asked for more detailed reporting, and we're expecting to see more of that with the finances soon. So there is the potential that this could change if needed, because we're going to have more regular updates and those gatekeeping that you talked about. So I appreciate that, and I just wanted to say thank you for that.
Perfect. So do we want to take a 5-minute break just so everyone can get up and stretch their legs a bit and get another water or juice or coffee, and then okay, so we'll take 5 minutes, and that'll bring us back here at 10:30.
your video, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Want to welcome everyone back.
No.
No, maybe not.
Can you?
Oh, can't.
We're live, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I apologize at the first meeting. I forgot to announce that Deputy Mayor Lavoie and Councillor Young send their regrets today, and they will be able to follow up by viewing it online after. So, CEO Benz and Shannon, would you like to proceed whenever you're ready?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. So the next section of our the budget, we're going to do an overview of the operating budget and discuss, have the directors discuss some of the initiatives and ongoings and accomplishments and strategic initiatives they're going to do for the 2025 and 2026 budget. But first of all, I wanted to bring you to our department summary, which is for the operating budget. This is just the summary of the total costs of the net operating budget for each department and how it totals for each of the budget years. And at the bottom, you see our net operating budget levy and the net capital budget levy. A grand total is what we put on the property tax bill to collect from residents for our operating budget. And so we'll move on to a presentation of each of these departments. I'm going to start with the corporate non-departmental first line that you see. And this budget overview for the corporate non-departmental section, this is for the years 25 and 2026, and they mainly consist of approximately $2 million in other revenue earned from sources such as supplementary taxes due to increased development permit activity. So this is like when residents undertake a construction project at their home for an addition for a garage or any other structure. There's MPAC then does an assessment on that increased value on their property, and these are considered supplementary taxes that are collected outside of the regular final and interim bill. So this is for additional development in the municipality. We also have payment in lieu of taxation. This is other revenue that's collected from government agencies or federal and provincial governments. We have taxation, penalties, and interest. Investment income, as I mentioned in the slides before, for the high interest savings account income that we've earned from our reserve funds being invested. And we have other revenues as well as like tax certificates that we've issued. So these sources of revenue help reduce our reliance on the operating tax levy to cover departmental net expenses. And as you see, it is approximately $2 million. So that does help reduce the operating net tax levy. Yep, that's the corporate non-departmental section. Is there any questions related to that area of the budget?
Council members, any questions at this point? None? No, thank you. Please proceed.
And I'm now going to focus on the CAO's office. So the office of the CAO is really to oversee effective operation and management of the township, overseeing day-to-day operations, financial management, human resource management, legal risk management. And the CAO's office really links and ensures that council's strategic objectives and direction is implemented, and liaising with multiple levels of government and stakeholders with respect to policy implementation. The budget adjustments are, from a contracted services perspective, there are some minor adjustments really just to reflect plan level of activities. And I will highlight One change with respect to salaries and benefits. As I mentioned at the onset of the presentation, the salaries and benefits have been across the organization adjusted to reflect the changes with respect to just general compensation, as well as planned implementation. There is an addition of one net new customer service coordinator role. Currently, customer service is managed in a decentralized fashion. So across the organization, customer service reps provide customer service for each of the departments. With the addition of the new school and community center and the new municipal law facility, as well as the implementation of all of our systems, our new systems that are allowing us to provide better customer service across the organization. There's a need to centralize responsibility for consistency in standards for service delivery, which we don't currently have, as well as to provide a dedicated focus on service requirements moving forward. So when we look to the new community center, for example, what services are we going to provide? How are those going to be provided? And really looking at more of a generalist pool or expanding the tools that are there for our existing customer service team to be able to fill the customer needs of the organization across the corporation, not just within their own departments. So that's the net change with respect to 25 and 26. And that's phased in for 25 with full implementation in 2026. Is there any questions on the CAO's office?
I have none, but is there any other members of council at this time? No? Thank you. Please proceed.
Moving on to council's budget. You'll see really a status quo budget here for council, some minor adjustments to reflect prior trends. And I will draw your attention, and Mayor Greenlaw, you alluded to this at the onset with municipal grants and donations, that line item includes some the donation and grant program that is included as an appendix to the agenda. When we get to that point, the assumption at this point is that we've continued our practice of the base budget allocation being rolled over, and you'll see in that section that there's certainly more requests than what there is allocation to meet all of those requests. So the assumption at this point is that we're carrying forward prior year allocation of the $44,000 to administer council's grant and subsidy program. So if council wishes to change that, we'd look to address that when we get to the grant subsidy section. But you can see the variances here. It really is a status quo budget.
Okay. Question from Councillor Bard.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, the meeting fees and expenses is a significant percentage drop. Are we? I guess did we have more meetings than expected last year? Are we going to have less meetings coming forward, or what makes up that meetings and expenses? Please.
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Bard. We did analysis over the year's actuals, and we brought it seemed the meeting fees and expenses had been, there had been an increased variance, like a surplus in that GL line. So we did a historical trend of year over year and found that was more in line. That budget was more in line with what was happening in previous years. So we just decreased it by, I think it was a couple $1,000, and just to make it more in line with what's truly happening in that expense line.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Hutchison, please.
Sorry, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, through you to Shannon. So would that be the same reasoning for the decrease in Heritage Committee and Integrity Commissioner lines?
Yes, through
Okay,
you, Mayor,
thank you.
to Councillor Hutchison, that is correct. We just took more of a lens on each of the GL lines to be, responsible and find, any savings where we could. And just to bring it more in line with what has been happening in historical trends year over year.
Great, thank you.
No, and I think some of those changes are aligned with some of the committees and getting together less so that they have more a full agenda to deal with rather than a light. So, if there's not enough there to really for everyone to take their time to come in, we don't want to cut them back too much but when we do meet, there is substance and there is action being taken. So thank you.
The other point I'll flag here is that you'll see the internal cost allocation, and what that is council does provide subsidy for ice rentals, for example. So there is a minor sport rate. The subsidy is really the regular rate, and the subsidized rate for minor sports, the difference then, it's showing as an expense here under that line item, but it reflects as revenue under the facility line item. And you'll recall the report that came forward from Community Services a few meetings ago with respect to the Recreation Fee Assistance Program. There is a $5,000 allocation through that initiative that was brought forward by council to fund that program in 25 and 26.
Oh, perfect, thank you. Any other questions at this time? Seeing none, please.
I'll turn it over to Ms. Hewitt for Corporate Services. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Binns. Members of Council, I'm going to present the Corporate Services operating financials. For the purposes of this presentation, we have divided Corporate Services into two financial presentations. Corp Services includes 4 divisions, that being the clerk's function, corporate communications, economic development, and information technology. So for the first set of financials, I'm dealing with clerk's activities, corporate communications, and economic development. So really, corporate services is a support function to the municipality, to staff, to council, and as well to the community. A number of variances and changes that are proposed, I'll draw your attention to. The first one is under the salaries and benefits line, reflecting what Mr. Binns shared regarding policy and increasing costs to benefits. Those changes reflect what we are proposing. There are 9 staff that are included within this corporate services salary and benefits allocation. The next area I will deal with is relating to economic development and grants. As you recall, in many years, we've been very successful with our submission for grants. And in fact, yesterday with the Business Retention Project, you saw the use of some of that grant funding. As we have looked at available grants and the alignment with both our economic development strategy and our corporate plan, there doesn't appear to be as much available grant programs available that align with what we are proposing to do in our work plans. So for this year, we are assuming that there will not be that opportunity should that need present itself. And with the uncertainty that is going on right now, there very well may be additional grant programs available. Should that happen, we will come back to council seeking direction and approval for future applications. But for now, we're proposing a reduction in economic development spending, which is aligned with a reduction in the grants to be received. The next item of change I'll draw attention to is with corporate communications. Not a significant change, but really a reaccounting or a reallocation, I guess. And you'll see this as a fairly standard comment that will be made by my colleagues. As we've looked at some of our corporate expenditures, there's been a conscious decision to look to see where we can centralize for the benefits of trying to identify efficiencies and a better use of our resources and avoid duplication. So in the case of corporate communications, one of those expenditures is a licensing piece. So that expense has been transferred into information technology. So you'll see that counter increase in the IT budget. And then the other piece I'll draw attention to really is for 2026, and it relates to the election costs. So if you'll recall that on an annual basis, we transfer funds in to a reserve so that we can smooth out the cost of the elections, which occur every 4 years. So then in the year of the election, you'll see a change in the transfer. It'll come out of our reserves, and then we'll incur the actual cost related to the election itself. So that's what you see as the change for 2026.
Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Greenlaw. With regard to the election cost, we did make a decision to move to electronic voting for 2026. Can you confirm that has created a savings in the overall cost of running election versus an in-person? Because I do believe that was part of the reasoning behind it.
Thank you for the question. Through you, Mr. Mayor. We definitely hope that will be the case. At this point, we've not gone out for a proper procurement process, which we will do. We have assumed consistent costing with the previous election. I fully expect that we will see that will be reduced because of the method that's been supported by council. But until we actually get to that point, we've left it at this. I would hope that by the time we come back for recalibration for the 26 year, we will have a better understanding for actuals, and that procurement process will be complete.
Councillor Schell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Through you, I think you skipped over wildlife damage compensation. I'm sure there's somebody out there in the public that wants to know what that's all about.
Thank you for the question, Councillor, through the Mayor to the rest of Council. This is a provincial program that we administer for the agricultural community when they experience a loss of livestock due to a wildlife situation. It is essentially a pass-through. So we have individuals that go on site and work with the farmers to document the situation. The information is passed along to the province. We receive, pending approval from the province, funds back, which we then administer to the farmer that has incurred the damage. So as you can imagine, this is a very cyclical program that really reflects the activity largely of the coyote population in the municipality. And we are unfortunately starting to experience an upswing in some of those claims. So yeah, it's an unfortunate situation, but for the farmers that the program is available.
Thank you, that's good to know.
Oh, perfect. Any other questions for Ms. Hewitt? At this time, no, so we can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the next set of financials I'm going to present are for the Information Technology Division of Corporate Services. This is a group of 4 individuals that are responsible for all of the technology devices, our software, and making sure that we have the resources to deliver services. And really, as the township has evolved over the last, I'm going to say, 5 to 6 years, the reliance on technology has really increased and is really a pivotal tool in the delivery of all of our services. So a couple of changes that I'm going to identify, because there are, I'm sure, some questions relating to this. Similar to the corporate services comment on salary and benefits, we are seeing those adjustments in accordance with our policies and our changes to our benefit costs. Both the administrative and materials and supplies lines reflect that centralization. So I spoke under corporate services and corporate communications about the transition of the licensing costs relating to our website, and then in future to our engagement platform, transitioning into information technology. In a similar way, under administration, we have centralized our costs for wireless communication telephone and internet services, approximately $86,000 of that $91,000 are those costs that have come out of other divisions and departments. So what we're hoping that will enable us to do is to find some of those efficiencies and remove duplication where we can. Similarly, under materials and supplies, a significant portion of that $255,000 increase reflects the centralization from other departments. So traditionally, we have operated on a decentralized perspective, but we feel that there's advantages to having things controlled through information technology and centralized. So any questions?
Council members? Councillor Bart?
Just more of a thank you for the the centralizing. Appreciate it.
Councillor Clark?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think for the benefit of the public, it would be. I don't know if we have the information right this second, but it would be nice to see. Okay, for example, last year each department budgeted this for their associated IT services, and now the IT department is budgeting this, just so we have a dollar figure to say here is the result of that centralization, which we may not have immediately today, but I think it would be worthwhile to point out we're centralizing it and it saved $10,000 for example.
Shannon, please go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Clark, through you from the mayor. So this year, 25, we're going to do look at the IT department as more of at a holistic level. Look at all the costs associated. That's what we're trying to do. We're starting to do that transition where we're putting all of the technology and devices into the IT department. You'll see that from some reallocations from the other departments. Because what we want to do is have a true cost of what our information technology costs are for the municipality. And then my plan is to have a cost allocation charge out to each of the departments based on an analysis in the background that says, well, how many headcount and how many users and what licenses are being primarily used for each of the departments, so we get a better idea of where our costs lay in for each of the programs and what we're initiating in our projects. So we're planning to do that in 2025.
Thank you very much. CAO Benz?
If I could just maybe put a continuous improvement lens and service improvement lens on that as well. I think the other part of this around centralization is what we spoke about previously with activity-based costing, so that, as those tickets and work orders or requests come into IT, we get to see, where we may have gaps in training and development, and those things like those trends then enable us to focus on different issues that will probably provide significant efficiencies in IT as well. So we're moving in that direction kind of across the board with the implementation of our IT, corporate strategic IT projects. This is, as Ms. Johnson and Ms. Hewitt alluded to, really setting the organization up to better manage those things using data.
Thank you. Supplemental?
So for example, if council was responsible for 300 of those 325 tickets, we might have a training session for council and how they use their IT infrastructure.
I think the acronym I've been told is PICNIC, problem in chair, not in computer.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions at this time? Thank you, Ms. Hewitt. And if we want to proceed.
I guess it's me again, Mayor. Thank you.
Welcome back.
Yeah, thank you. I've been here a few times. So I'm going to discuss the finance department overview. And as you know, the finance department manages all financial matters of the municipality as directed by council. It's led by myself, the CFO, Director of Finance, and the key responsibilities include this budget preparation, revenue collection, daily accounting, financial reporting, expenditure oversight, asset management, and risk management. The department is undergoing a digital transformation with the implementation, as you know, of the Microsoft Dynamics Great Plains ERP. enhancing digital solutions like e-billing and online payments. This is to come actually we're targeted to go with our first water bill on April 8th for those residents that have opted into the eSend service. And we have quite a few that have signed up so far, and we're looking for more residents to go online and fill out the form online to and send back to our finance department in order to receive their tax and water bills by eSend. So this transition requires investment in our IT infrastructure and training, and the department's working to comply with regulatory requirements such as the asset management plan that we said is due July 1st. So we have a lot of work we've got to do over the next couple of months. It's funny how quickly that goes by. So we've got staff training and development are crucial for maintaining service delivery standards amidst our pricing pressures due to inflation and our tariffs, for the procurement and the buying and the procurement bylaw that we hope to bring forward in the next few months. Moving forward, the department aims to increase electronic payments to vendors and enhance financial services for residents and businesses through our virtual city, which will be online payments for residents to make. Excuse me. And that will be implemented this year as well. So we have a lot of animal services and licensing module we're going to be implementing, and paperless accounts payable and purchase order module that'll be implemented and enhance those efficiencies across all the departments. The budget changes that you see in the lead sheet for 25 and 26 include increased salary and benefits due to the conversion of the 2 current staff positions and addition of 2 new permanent positions. If you remember, Council KPMG did a review of our finance department, and they recommended and Council approved that recommendation on November 27th in 2024 to convert 2 positions and the addition of 2 new positions. There's also a decrease in our administrative costs from the reallocation of computer operating licenses to the IT department. So we're, again, what I said earlier, we're trying to transition IT activities and costs to the IT department to better reflect the true costs of what it costs for our information technology and modernization. We also have decreased contract services due to completed actuarial work on our some of the work that we did for our audit. We've got a transfer from reserves to support the Dynamics GP system implementation and data migration project, and we're also doing a project on development services and how our departments better align in our reporting and just to manage our development securities much more efficiently. And that better wraps up the finance department. So do you have any questions?
Okay, this is where the hard questions come. Does anyone have a hard question? No, I think that's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. I wanted to first thank CEO Binns and Ms. Crane, our HR and safety advisor, for their work in building the budget prior to my joining for the Human Resources operating budget. As the department recalibrates our internal services and utilizes our HRIS system for 2025 and 2026, we will focus our resources to support our strategic plan, succession planning as well, and putting our values into action. Key areas include safety recognition, performance management, team development, along with bargaining this year. And in the coming months, I really look forward to presenting to Council our work plans and policies to support those strategic initiatives. Looking at the budget specifically, Some key changes that have happened, obviously for salary and benefits. We do have the total compensation adjustments as a standard, as well as my new role coming in March of this year. In administrative, there has been a bit of a shift with ADP transferring over to IT, a movement for a bit of that centralized approach, as well as supporting our new staff with uniforms for the community center. In labor relations, we do have our collective agreement bargaining happening this year, so there is some cost allocated to that. Employee development and recruitment is again going to be a continued focus, also utilizing some of our internal resources to do so. Safety will continue to be a key important aspect of what we do in a department and overall as the township, and we will look to continue to build in resources for that. And then also recognition is really looking to how we utilize that budget to bring our values into action.
Perfect. Any questions for Kelly? I appreciate how quick. I didn't even have to introduce you, and you were already on it. That's kind of. I was just waiting to see, and it's like that was a whole 3 seconds. So, Mr. Binns?
Your Worship, if I could, I was going to say something very similar. I'd just like to acknowledge Ms. Watson for being with the township for such a short period of time, jumped right in, and is really working with the team in what was formerly Human Resources and now People and Culture to move forward a number of important initiatives across the organization. So thank you, Ms. Watson. And I just wanted to flag one amendment that we have noted and will be bringing forward in the updated presentation. You'll see down in the transfer from reserves that's across both 25 and 26. We didn't catch that in advance of this going out. So the transfer from reserve will just be there to deal with the incremental legal adjustment associated with collective bargaining. So there will be a slight amendment to that page. I just wanted to draw that to council's attention.
Thank you very much. No question for Kelly? Well, as I say, welcome aboard and thank you for all the hard work you've done already. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
So, shared services.
Shared services, that's
It's you again.
my slide, yep. So the shared services, this is a department that, well, really it shares costs related to all the departments. I'd like to highlight that in this department, we show the managing of the legal costs and the insurance costs across all departments. So for the insurance costs, by joining the Simcoe County Municipal Insurance Pool that council opted in for to be effective June 1st, 2025, the township aims to leverage collective bargaining power with all the other lower tiers in the county of Simcoe, along with the county itself, to secure lower insurance premiums. This collaborative effort is expected to yield substantial cost savings reflected in the reduced risk management budgets for the 25 and 26 budget years. Additionally, the township has budgeted $100,000 each year to transfer to the legal reserve and to cover unanticipated legal expenses, ensuring financial stability and preparedness. So this is just to smooth out if we happen to have an increase in legal costs, we are able to draw from the reserve to smooth out the operating budget costs. Furthermore, the transition to e-sending that I mentioned in the finance overview, this is the tax and water bills are now going to be paperless. And so the materials and supplies GL line expense account is going to be reduced. And as I said, there's no need necessarily as much need for paper billing and postage. The leased office printers and copier costs have been reallocated to the information technology department. again, to do a better alignment of the true costs and operational efforts with their associated costs. So there's that transitioning into the IT department. Thank you. Is there any questions?
Thank you, Councillor Schell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, through you. I know some of the public out there are going to be concerned about the paperless because of older people with no computers, lack of access to internet. How will we be able to address that for those people?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Schell. Very good question. So the e-billing is completely volunteer optional. We are only legally able to send an e-bill, water or tax, if we receive the form authorized by the resident, the owner of the property. So if we do not receive that form signed by the property owner, we continue to keep sending the paper bills for tax and water bills. So they still will continue to receive their bill in a paper format. Only if they opt into receiving it by e-billing will that change.
Great. Thank you very much.
Councillor Bard.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. So for the risk management section, do you have a rough ballpark what makes up the insurance cost and what makes up the anticipated legal costs? Where we're putting $100,000 for sort of a reserve for our legal costs. What do we expect to spend in a year, I guess?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Bard. I did a review of the 2024 legal costs. Approximately they're around $800,000 to $900,000 at this point. We are going to bring a more comprehensive report forth to council to give the activity of each of the files that are currently ongoing and the costs associated and what state that those legal files are in. That's to come. CAO Benz and I have chatted, and that's to come in the next couple of months for council's review. The insurance costs, I think, through the report that we brought to council in February, it showed that there was going to be a substantial cost savings, and this time it was only through the actuarial report that showed that there was an anticipated savings of $800,000 over 5 years. So that is considerable when our premiums have been historically around $600,000 to $700,000. So that's good to see that we are having that recovery of insurance costs over the next few years.
Thank you very much. And please go ahead, CEO Benz.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. I just want to highlight legal fees as an area of focus for the team here as well. And I think as an organization, we've been successful in resolving a number of legacy files too, outside of a legal process that will continue to be an area of focus for us in looking at how we can move forward with less reliance on external legal, I think, is an area of focus to minimize the cost. So not only looking at what we've spent historically, but looking at what we've spent historically and how we can avoid some of those costs from what we've learned in the past.
No, and I think if my memory serves me correctly, at the beginning of last term, we created a reserve for legal fees because we knew we were already far below where we needed to be. And as you've spoken to CEO Benz, there was kind of a congestion of legacy files that we're trying to work through in order to kind of reset the stage to give us a better control going forward. It's sometimes, I think we've learned that negotiate is better than to litigate from a financial perspective. And if we can find a resolution between the constituents and what the opposing sides are, and we can negotiate it to a resolution, it tends to be less draining on the tax payer. So, but no, I think if we can kind of get, I don't know if this, I'm not trying to add work to your plate, but it would be kind of nice to see how, from when the issues were initiated and the cost, and versus how many files have been initiated now and what the costs are moving forward. So I think the message, I hope is that we have cut back on initiating new files of significant cost through legal fees. So.
And Your Worship, as Ms. Johnson alluded to, we will be looking to bring forward a detailed report for council with that update. So we'll flag that for inclusion, and I'm sure you'll hear from Mr. Spagnol as well, like from a development services perspective, the OLT, and again that focus on moving through land use planning in a way that minimizes conflict and the need for legal.
Yes, and it's very hard and challenging because Bill 23 and all the additional bills that have come since then have put so many changes. So it's almost like re-understanding the Planning Act to a certain degree in the provincial policy statement. So anyways, no, thank you. Is there any other questions from members of council? Okay. No. Well, thank you for that, Shannon. Are you gonna? I'm just looking here as I move through. Are you gonna hand it off to anybody yet, or are you still got lots of?
Yep, I'm handing it off to Dylan behind me.
Okay. Okay, Dylan. Thank you for. If you want to continue and just give the overview and when you're ready, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. So first, just highlight quickly the overall operations and community services department is made up of 3 different divisions. Operations being the first, community services the second, which does incorporate facilities that you see here, and then infrastructure and capital projects. This group is the largest group in the township, making up over 70 staff total, including contract and seasonal staff. It does, however, as you'll see in this budget, have an increased need for supervisory capacity and leadership capacity. So this group of over 70 staff is currently managed with 1 director, 3 managers, and 5 supervisors. Some of the challenges it faces here going forward are around climate change, invasive species, and unpredictable weather patterns like we've seen this year. There's an increasing reliance on volunteers with the difficulty in recruiting, an increasing dependency on user fees and finding that balance to reduce tax levies. Again, many new developments coming online now that come with increased maintenance needs, and changing demographics where service level expectations are forever changing. You'll hear some highlights and challenges over the particular areas going forward, but the first and foremost being the opening of the new community center set to open this fall. That center needs to now be staffed, services need to be defined, and programs need to be developed and established. So again, within the community services division, that does include corporate facilities, parks, recreation, and the arena. So facilities is being displayed first. That encompasses, again, 5 community halls, the soon-to-be open community center, 3 roads and public works buildings, sand domes, this administration center, the old town hall, nurse practitioner building, the soon-to-be bylaw building, and other corporate facilities like pump houses or fire halls are the only thing that is now separated. So this is sort of a new initiative to manage corporate facilities under one management and single structure. Trying to take a standardized approach to manage corporate facilities. Doing so makes sense now at this time with the addition of the community center. That, of course, is now coming with several new staff members to take care of maintenance and repairs, to ensure the front desk is staffed with customer service individuals, the hiring of new recreation programmers, instructors, and camp counselors. And this budget also now shows or includes a net new corporate facilities supervisor position. Currently, again, there is a single supervisor that is tasked with managing all corporate facilities as well as parks and recreation. That group being far over 20 staff. Again, with the new community center coming online now, the timing is sort of perfectly aligned to introduce this new position. Managing, as was previously done for facilities, sort of by each individual department manager, is not a long-term structure. So some of the challenges here now being faced is the aging infrastructure with needs for asset condition assessments, and again, a lack of space. We've seen an increased staff size, so there's now needs for accommodation, feasibility studies, which is some of the initiatives you'll see in this budget, including in the capital side of things. Again, Roz, the manager, is here with me if you have any questions about the facilities side of things. Operations, parks and rec, and the library are all also in this portfolio, but are kept separate. So it's just facilities on the screen here now.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions regarding Dylan's presentation or questions for Raj regarding facilities? CAO Binns.
Mayor Greenlaw, if I can, I just wanted to highlight some of the bigger picture benefits that Mr. Flannery was speaking about in terms of centralization, and just reflecting back on the asset management slide, that very similar to fleet, facilities were historically decentralized, so each department would manage their own facilities, and you can imagine things, as simple as toiletries and just the daily supply. There were different contracts for those things. There were different contracts for maintenance. The standards for maintenance were different across all the departments. So that's really, I think, the focus on corporate facilities is to centralize those. There's economies of scale, obviously, that come through centralization, and there's a direct benefit to the longer term asset management, that consistent maintenance is happening on facilities with consistent contractors. And that has a direct correlation on how long our facilities last in the life cycle, so that the proper maintenance is happening, so that we don't have expensive repairs that we need to fund, and that does require a concentrated focus, and that's really the resource adjustment that Mr. Flannery was speaking to.
Oh, perfect. Thank you very much. And I kind of feel bad, Roz. Did you want to say something? Because I feel bad that you're here and no one's bombarding you with questions. And I know I do want to give you the chance to speak, though.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I think Dylan and Sean both summarized things really well. There is a benefit to creating this corporate facilities division. Recreation facilities will still remain as recreation facilities, so under the community services side, kind of programming spaces, but these corporate facilities are really kind of the operational buildings that the municipality uses to provide the services that we provide. So to Sean's point, kind of streamlining things, having things all under the same umbrella, we can get those economies of scale. The same person is managing all the different facilities, so they're familiar with, kind of what's going on in each facility, and we can plan better in terms of maintaining and caring for our assets.
Okay. Well, now that you've spoken, David Clark, or Councillor Clark has his card up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. And my only comment would be I'd love to see a breakdown of when we're realizing some of those benefits, what that looks like, similar to what I'd asked for from an IT perspective. If we are realizing those benefits and it's, $5,000, or everyone has the same expectation of the amenities that they're going to get at each corporate facility, I think there's benefit in letting us know and letting the public know how those benefits were realized.
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Clark. And as the municipality puts a greater focus on our energy conservations and kind of greening our operations, I foresee that being a big piece of how we can help find some savings and kind of reduce our overall operating by, you know, having one person manage all of the facilities and, you know, looking at how we can streamline things.
Perfect, thank you. Councillor Hutchison.
Great, thank you. Through you, Mayor Greenlaw. And I just want to note the centralization, not only as a positive financial impact. I'm thinking back to the employee survey and the speaking of silos between departments, so bringing them together is also, has that people and culture benefit as well, that can play out as you're doing this, so well done.
Perfect. No, I think that's a common theme we've heard throughout so far, is the centralization in order to be, you know, consistent and more efficient. So I think that's fantastic. CAO Binns.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. I just wanted to, and thank you for that comment, Councillor Hutchison. And certainly these are the things that we're looking at doing internally, with building internal capacity that also prepares us for the future. As Mr. Flannery spoke about, certainly space planning has been a challenge from a corporate perspective. The building we're in today, and both the roads, garages are the exact same footprint that they were when Oro and Medonte amalgamated many years ago. So having that better internal capabilities then allows us to be more future focused and prepare our services for the future.
Okay, perfect. Any other questions at this time? So we move to emergency services. I want to welcome Chief Payman. You know, congratulations on your new position.
Thank you, Your Worship.
And your first budget presentation. So we're just here to listen. So.
Well, thank you, Your Worship, and through you to members of council. So just a brief overview of the fire department. We do have 7 full-time staff. We now have 120 volunteers. We operate 16 heavy apparatus, 7 light apparatus, 1 specialized piece of equipment, which would be our airboat, and we did attend 630 calls for service in 2024. With that being said, the fire department budget is pretty consistent with some of the things that we did see based on the KPMG study. So there was a change specific to salaries and benefits in 2025 and 2026, which was directly related to the addition of our chief training officer. So our chief training officer did not start till later on in the year, so everything was adjusted accordingly. Obviously, as CAO Binns discussed, with more accurate reporting on salaries and benefits, that's how we can see the difference between 2025 and 2026. The volunteer firefighter line itself did increase, as I did mention in our presentation from Chief Dominelli and myself earlier in the year. We did bring on 24 more volunteer firefighters into the department. In saying that, that's obviously going to increase our overall costs, but as the municipality grows and our calls for service increase, our costs will also increase with that. One of the surprises to, I think, a lot of people were the combining of Station 2 and 4 and how that's actually impacted the budget itself. And when you think about, you know, arguably each station had a core group of about 8 firefighters that would respond to emergencies in their district. We've now added those 2 together. So that is the busiest station within the municipality, I think, having handled about 280 calls last year. So instead of what, you know, we would have seen in the past with the respective breakdown of about 8 firefighters handling a lot of those calls, we now have 16 handling those calls. So there's definitely been an increase in that, but some of the other benefits that I would say are a benefit or not a problem is we've also seen an upswing in some of the stations of about 200 to 300% improvement in call attendance and training attendance. So very welcome additions to that budget line. Materials and supplies. So, you know, fire department equipment is kind of a funny thing. The life cycle on a lot of the equipment is about 10 years old. So after 10 years, stuff starts to be replaced. And I'm sure every member of council is well aware that, you know, the cost has not been gradual over the years, and there's been a real spike in the cost of goods. So that's something that we're starting to see. Additionally, we've created a lot of required testing within the department. So an example that I would give is that the department had never before done hose testing, which is a requirement. With that being said, we were testing hose from 1972 and up. And as you can imagine, a great deal of it failed. Certainly lays claim to just because you can doesn't mean you should. There's certainly been a lot of equipment that has needed to be replaced, and the cost has risen. Township vehicles, this was another thing that was relatively surprising to Chief Dominelli and myself. Just the underestimation of what's actually required to operate a fleet of that size with that number of vehicles. The actual allocated number per vehicle was not even enough to cover the annual safety cost of that vehicle. So as you can imagine, there's other repairs that will arise, but additionally there's maintenance and things of that nature that we're trying to accomplish. So that is certainly a brief overview of where the fire department budget is and where it's heading in 2025 and 26. I would certainly open the floor to any questions.
Good. Thank you very much. That was a great overview. Just could you tell me how, with the 24 incremental, what are we up now for a number of volunteer firefighters?
So we're at 120 right now. With that being said, we have about a dozen staff that are currently off on a form of leave. So that could be a maternity leave, that could be a medical leave, that could be a personal leave. So in saying that, we're probably about 108 personnel that we have actively responding to incidents right now.
And what would your perfection spot be, like, you think, as far as cost versus being too many? What would be the spot of maximum return for what we want to implement?
Certainly, Your Worship. So the ideal spot, and it's going to always be a dynamic number, but probably floating between 100 and 110 would be ideal. The thought process and the ideology is when Station 2 and 4 were combined, we probably have about 8 to 10 more firefighters than what would be desirable in that station. So when we did engage the community with our recruitment this year, we did not hire for that station. We're going to just let attrition take its course and kind of run that down. Equally so, one of the hard things when you're recruiting for volunteer fire services is just accounting for the unaccounted, and people's lives take precedent over their position in the fire department, and all of a sudden you could turn around and 5 people from a station might move, might have a job change, might have a relationship change. So we try and stay on the upper end if possible, but to answer your question, probably about 110 would be ideal.
Thank you. Any questions from members of council? Councillor Schell.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Through you to Chief Paymount. We spoke briefly at break, and maybe I wanted to share it with the public. A cost of a new fire truck, like they're not just trucks, they're tankers, and about $1 million. And we're concerned about tariffs. Now, are they available in Canada?
Through Your Worship to you, Councillor Schell, they are, but this is kind of a smoke and mirrors thing. So with that being said, most of the components, so the cab and chassis, come from the US, so we're going to pay a tariff on that. And then the components themselves, the trucks, pumps, and different components, the tanks and all that stuff, also come from the US, so a lot of those things tariffs would be applied to. With that being said, there are about 5 or 6 Canadian manufacturers where we could expect that if we do have the ability to purchase stock apparatus that they currently have that obviously would be exempt because they're currently in place pre-tariff, that would be an option, as well as we could look at some potential savings with respect to having them assembled here and not paying the full price. There is a petition that is going around from Canadian fire departments looking to see that emergency vehicles are exempt from tariffs just due to their availability mostly being in the US, and obviously the financial implications that would impose on most Canadian departments. So To answer your question, yes, there is. However, it's not as simple as just being able to select them because most of the stuff that they're putting together all comes from the U.S.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions for the chief? Well, thank you very much, and thank you for the great job you've done with emergency services. It's greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, so we're now on to police services. You don't want that one, Shannon?
I'm going to address police services, Your Worship. Looking at the police services budget, I think the first thing I'd want to highlight is the assumptions that we built into the budget. As council will recall, the report that we penned to council in the fall, the original 2025 cost estimate had a significant increase for police services for 2025, an increase of almost 24%, or nearly $700,000 over 2024 costs. That was largely related to an updated collective agreement with the OPPA and the Ontario Provincial Police, and we did receive one-time funding from the province to offset that to about 5%, just under 5% for 2025. So that's what you see reflected in the budget. We've assumed a similar increase for 2026. The township has been advocating. There was a delegation that took place with the Solicitor General a number of months ago. Council passed a resolution that went to both the Solicitor General and the Auditor General around policing costs. And this is certainly something that is being advocated for all municipalities, that 2026 is really a big question mark at this point. The OPP billing model reflects a number of things. There is a provincial component that's based on a per household component. So you saw the chart with our building permit activity. We have more households. There will be more of that cost distributed to the township associated with growth. And then the other component is historical average of calls for service. All of those have the wage component built into that. So there could be a fairly significant increase in 2026. I mean, we're in the same position as we were before because the wages haven't changed. They're bargained. We have those other factors in play. There has been commitment from the province to consider opportunities to review the billing model, which is quite complex, and certainly that wouldn't be completed with any kind of policy change prior to 2026. So that's what's built in for an assumption at this point. And to Councillor Bard's question earlier around some of those areas that are really variable, we do have a police services reserve fund set aside, and this is one that we're monitoring really closely. But I did want to just flag that in terms of a potential risk and how we're going to manage kind of moving forward. With respect to the details of the budget, there has been a change with the small room that was used at the former OPP substation on Line 4 in Horseshoe Valley, and that is now being used. You've heard from the nurse practitioner clinic about their needs and their expanded programs. That's now being used by the clinic in the services that they provide to the community, and there's also additional revenue that comes from that lease that is in Mr. Flannery's facilities budget. There's also a new governance model with the Couchiching Police Services Board, and you can see that adjustment that is a new cost for the overall governance of that board. That's Oro-Medonte's share. And you can see as well on the revenue side of the equation, the POA revenue. Hopefully that's something that working with the detachment, we can look to increase that. We do get a share of the POA offenses that are issued by OPP and Oro-Medonte. It has picked up. You can see in 2023 it was around 50,000, and that was largely related to COVID. and the courts and the lagging of the courts. So we have assumed some increase on POA revenue. Again, we do have a reserve for police services, and we're going to continue to advocate with our municipal partners around the sustainability of OPP costs moving forward. It is our intent, as you saw in the opening slides, to look at breaking out police services from the general levy so that the community understands the cost of policing and a cost that's completely outside of the municipality's control. So really wanted to flag those higher level items, and that's what you're seeing in the police services budget.
Yeah, thank you very much, CIO. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to my colleagues and to the public. Again, that $150,000 budgeted change represents, a half a percentage point of property tax increase. So that's something that, for the most part, is done by the police's billing model. That's somewhat reflective of the occurrences that happen in Oro-Medonte, but that cost in itself is not something that we can control from a township perspective, and it represents a 0.53% increase.
No, that's correct, and thank you for clarifying that for the public. Any other questions regarding the policing budget? I have none, so I guess we'll move on to operations. I believe is the next one. Is that correct? Carla, or is it Dylan? Dylan's gonna. You don't want to present Carla?
I will start us off and then
turn
it over to Carla.
Okay. Thanks.
So again, operations being another division within the Operations Community Services Department. It is the largest division within the department, with a team of around 45 staff members, inclusive of seasonal, full-time, and students. That group is managed by one manager and 3 supervisors. They're tasked with overseeing winter maintenance, about 636 kilometers of roads, over 3,500 regulatory and warning signs, ditching and drainage, traffic, which includes data management, road painting, guardrail replacements, right-of-way maintenance, and roadside vegetation, which actually has, combined with forestry, become our largest service request volume now. It also includes the newly developed or centralized fleet services group. That falls within this division as well. Again, with a team around that size, this budget now does also include a similar theme as was seen in the facility side of things, where we are looking at expanding the leadership profile or capacity. That's being addressed by transitioning some equipment operator positions to really senior operator positions, is how they're listed here, is similar to a lead hand or a foreman type of role. There are 2 net new included as well. So that would put, again, that group is split between a north and a south yard. So that would add 2 at each, which would give each yard 1 supervisor, 2 senior operators, say, to manage the division not inclusive of fleet. That's keeping fleet separate. It also includes, this budget internalizes roadside vegetation control. So as of 2026, it would internalize that service. That also then creates 2 net new equipment operators. But in doing so, we reduce the budget on the contracted services side of things, which that reduction really nearly offsets the cost of the 2 new staff members. And finally, to complete the development of the new centralized fleet division is just repurposing of an existing fleet mechanic position into the fleet lead hand role, to really round out that group and provide it a good long-term structure. So with that, just general overview, I'll turn it over to Carla for some more introductory comments.
Thank you, Your Worship and members of council. The operations division over the past several years has been really focusing on root cause issues with our operations in roadways. We look after the largest staffing as well as the largest asset inventory throughout. So some of the items that have been highlighted in your presentation package identify what we've achieved over the past year. However, the actual inventory of those systems is significantly higher. For example, with things like the regulatory and warning signs, it does not include items such as parking restrictions and prevention and some of the other lower end regulatory signs. And in catch basins as well, that only includes the sections that were cleaned. We look after over 400 catch basin cleanouts that would be required as it progresses. Some of the successes that our team has had, we're a small management team, but fairly mighty. It's myself and 2 road supervisors that look after 39 staff over the winter season over 4 shifts. That creates a significant gap in the ability to do frontline supervision with staff and being able to provide one-on-one support and leading on that end. As well, it makes it difficult to coordinate into our summer work plans where we have to meet the regulatory requirements for occupational health and safety on sites. Our focus that has shifted over the past years to do this source root cause repairs has resulted in a significant reduction in the number of resident calls. Since 2020, we've had a reduction of 48% of resident complaints, and we have had an increase of work orders required out in the field. However, to do a lot of these focused efforts, you would have seen a lot of our drainage notices and ditching notices for the operational side, not with the capital, where we have been doing catchment area reviews and catchment area drainage projects. These require on-site supervision, on-site leadership, things like reading some of our plan designs and implementing those in the field. So the adjustments that have been highlighted for our department have been reviewed in a way that absorbs some of those costs through reusing and repurposing some of our seasonal positions that were there in the winter time and using those funds to move into full-time senior operator positions to be able to provide that role in the summer, as well provide some of the coaching and training requirements as we have in the winter season when staff onboard and are learning how to utilize our winter operations. As well, the vegetation forestry, I do want to highlight the budget, the way that it lays out, that it looks like we have no budget in 24 and 23. That has to do with, we did have a budget for vegetation forestry. In those, in previous years, or the last 2 years, the GL structure identified those as a subcategory within the traffic division. So those have been pulled out so that we're able to report and monitor those finances as vegetation forestry going forward. So you will see a decrease in the traffic, increase in the vegetation forestry. Overall, both of those groups do see an increase. And the vegetation forestry insourcing that we are looking to fund will address the issues that we're having with staff resourcing through our winter season, having to go out and find experienced equipment operators and snowplow drivers is something that's not unique to Oro-Medonte. That's something that's an issue throughout the province. So being able to create positions that would be fixed throughout the year and offset some of the requirements in the summertime through vegetation forestry, where we would be looking to insource our roadside mowing in 2026, and being able to address our vegetation growth at an early stage before we need forestry types of contractor to deal with some of the larger issues. So I wanted to highlight those components and really address like the work that my team has done in being able to focus our root cause work out in the field. Does require a lot of effort and it does require a lot of time. And we have seen the success through the tracking of our request for service monitoring from the residents, where we have seen that our focus in drainage over the past 5 years has resulted in a reduction of 58% of resident calls for drainage. And we are seeing still a decrease, but it's only a 7% decrease within our vegetation, forestry, and invasive species calls that we're getting for roadside. So we want to make sure that we bring a more detailed focus to that, and adding those additional positions in coordination through the senior operators would help address those items.
Perfect. I first want to just thank you and Dylan for the amazing job you did on this uncommon winter with the lack of thaw and maintaining our roads. I think you guys did it, and hopefully you're getting some sleep now.
Not really. We're in another significant winter event heading into this weekend. So.
Well, I hope you had a nap yesterday.
I had a nap,
then. Okay, but no, I just do want to commend you because the township, I think, did an amazing job, and you guys continue to service at the highest level. So thank you for that. And then I'd like to open up the questions. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Dylan or Carla or potentially Mr. Binns. When you spoke there of our ratio of supervisors and managers to frontline staff, my first question would be, what's an industry standard? Because it seems to be quite, we have a low ratio of supervision to staff. And to my colleagues, I would advise some caution, and maybe there's an investment that we need to make, because without the proper supervision, that's when things can go wrong and situations get worse. And I just wanted some commentary surrounded that.
So I'll maybe start and try and connect the dots from a higher level, and that slide at the introduction where we talked about what we heard, roads and roads infrastructure was a priority for our community. I think Ms. Musso Garcia has done an excellent job, and the team in being able to correlate that investment into quality, and you've seen that in terms of decreased requests for service in a host of areas. Also spoke about legislative requirements, the legislative requirements in risk management, the focus on risk management, the focus on occupational health and safety on all of our operating areas continues to increase. So that's really, when you look at this, there is a significant investment in staff. The payback on that is, quality, customer satisfaction, and ensuring adequate controls to be able to manage, to use the data to work plan, as Carla aptly stated. But I just wanted to try and connect the dots on that side, that there are some significant adjustments. There have been some gaps. Those gaps create issues with trying to, if there's too much work on a supervisor, and we heard these things loud and clear in our internal survey, that creates burnout, and there's burnout, then we have a leave, and then, there's a manager that's having to pick up some of that work. So those are the intangible cost benefits that really result in increased productivity. And a lot of this is trying to right the resourcing in the area. And I certainly, having had the portfolio in the past, we've done the benchmarking exercise of our investment in roads and maintenance and benchmark that against, a per kilometer basis. And we're probably one of the lowest amidst our counterparts on that. And we have an extensive network of roads, and it's 24/7, and all those external factors that Carla and Dylan spoke about with storms and increased frequency just requires more future planning. So I wanted to connect the dots on that, and I'll turn it over to Carla and Dylan.
Councillor Clark, through your worship, the ratios in regards to the supervisory to frontline staff, there's a few different requirements. Our operational division operates with the industrial regulations as well as the construction regulations under the Occupational Health and Safety Act. So under that, there is, anytime we have more than 5 staff together in a construction based location, we require on-site supervision. We have been able to achieve that through a program that we've implemented in our division for a supervisor assistant pool, which is a development training pool. However, when we do assign someone, it's for that specific site and for that specific project. We have 3 people per yard right now in that program. The requirement to onboard them to bring them into the competency level is significant. The ratio from a supervisory requirement administratively is a little bit higher. It's usually industry anywhere from 7 to 10, where we have the supervisor still right now in the 1 to 19, 1 to 20 ratio, where they're overseeing all of their payroll, vacation training, and all of those health and safety requirements as well. So.
Supplemental?
Yeah, I think the only thing that I wanted to draw attention to was, I think, if there's a reasonable argument that the operations management team can make to say actually 2 isn't enough and we maybe need 3 or 4, that's something that I would be interested in hearing to make sure that you have the resources necessary to complete your challenging role here, and that's obviously of critical importance to our residents. So that's my only comment.
Yeah. And through the budget process, we did identify the requirement for 4 senior operators, 2 per yard, to be able to support the supervisor. That was looked at from a staff availability of hours, and being able to supplement the supervisor on-call rotation, which right now it's 2 of them back to back, and myself as the supplementary within it. So that does require some supplemental support through there. So the addition of the 4 senior operators would help in that, especially with the reduction of the additional staff through the vegetation forestry from being seasonal to year round. It reduces the amount of onboarding that the supervisors and I need to do on an annual basis every 6 months with a host of lots of new staff.
Thank you. Councillor Barr?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, yeah, thank you. This is very well done, and one that really sticks out to me is the 58% reduction for calls for service for drainage, because when these residents are having a drainage problem, that's quite upsetting for them. So this is really good to see. So thank you for all of your proactive work to try to reduce that misery for some people. The user fee and other revenue, I'm just curious, what kind of user fees would we be generating or revenue for this department?
Councillor Bard, through Mayor, the revenue that is associated there is with the road occupancy permits, the over-dimensional permits, and the single move permits that we have for our division. So those are as well looked after from my team. There's also the entrance permit fees as well that are looked after through Justin's group.
Supplemental?
Yes, and I guess I'm just the vehicle expenses. I imagine there's a lot of moving parts here. Is there like almost like a car share app or something that you guys are doing to manage where these vehicles are going every day, or is that something that happens, or?
Councillor Bard, through Mayor, the township vehicles with the centralization project that we have identified, so you'll see some of the funds moving through there. We have changed the way that we've structured our fleet general ledger allocation so that we're able to better track the expenses associated to it. In the operations division, we had an existing GPS system, AVL system, where we're able to track all of the vehicles within our division. We have a live system through our radios, and we have a passive system for our snow plows that tracks the utilization and all of the auxiliary items. Remember, with our last purchase of our snow plow trucks, we did convert that GPS system on our snow plows to a live AVL system that we do have a capital project being brought forward to expand that system through the rest of the fleet. That system we have been testing over the past few months to the utility of it. So not only do we have the ability of tracking the vehicle locations, we're actually able to track all of the engine computer components as well. So it does notify us of any deficiencies before the operators notify us. And we're able to track where all of the vehicles are going and what they require, as well as utilization and some energy efficiency items as well through that program. There is an application that we can implement as part of it for tracking hours of service and the staff deficiency reporting as well. We have not rolled that out. It's between myself and one other supervisor. It's a little difficult to get that implemented as quickly. So we're working through the 5 vehicles to get that set up perfect before we roll it out to the rest of the fleet throughout this year.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And any other questions at this point? I just want to take a second, though, to recognize that Carla is going to be announced the new president of AORs, the first female president in its existence. So I think it's a true representation of your leadership skills and how you've been a true trailblazer for females in a male-dominated industry, and just being around the yard a couple of times a year when we get together is how all the staff have so much respect for you, and I think you should be proud of that, because we're proud to have you here. You're welcome. Anyways, so that said, I think we're going to likely continue on just for about another 40 minutes. So we'll move on to the next item, just because the more we get before lunch, the easier it is to stay awake after. So we're now on to libraries. Sean, are you presenting that?
What should be
no.
Recreation and Community Services?
No, man. Well, there I am, skipping slides again. Sorry.
No worries. The libraries is very exciting, but it is next.
Okay.
Yeah. So we'll stick with
stick with the program, right? I know. Thanks for putting me in line.
No problem. Thank you again, Your Worship, through you to council and members of the public. So the Parks and Community Services Division, again, part of the Operations Community Services Department, is a team made up of around 22, 23 staff, which includes seasonals, students, and that on top of that would be sort of part-time counselors, camp counselors, March break counselors, summer break, that kind of thing. It's managed with by one community services manager, again tasked also on the facility side of things. Currently, right now, again, one shared supervisor, currently also tasked with managing this group as well as facilities. Again, one of the items we're looking to increase capacity on. And this group takes care of, again, all of our recreation programming, our 39 parks, over 500 acres of parkland, all of our sports fields, outdoor amenities, the arena. They will be somewhat seasonally focused. Again, on the winter time here now, they've been very, very focused on the arena and on outdoor rinks as well. with the summertime moving towards, playgrounds, waterfront, horticulture, turf care, tree maintenance, and again, the recreation programming side of things. Now, that's somewhat year-round. There's countless recreation and fitness programs. There's March break and summer camps. And this group also looks after all facility and amenity rental and booking, as well as rental and bookings, as well as sort of special event coordination. Upcoming initiatives are around new pickleball court design, with 26 being set for construction up in the Horseshoe Valley Park area. Next to them, the tennis courts have a couple projects due for upgrades. There's Shaney Bay Wharf repairs. There's several LED lighting upgrades, including a couple at a baseball diamond, as well as some parking lot areas and some multi-use pads. Again, this group is faced with several challenges here as we move forward. Increasing tree care needs is definitely one of them. The invasive species in that area, the number of ash trees every year is just skyrocketing, that need to be removed, sadly. So that area really is seeing a significant increase in need. There's an expanding park system. Again, now with the community center coming on board, there's additional programming needs, again, to develop and then establish and maintain. Right now, we're currently, Mr. Mayor announced even last night during the council meeting or yesterday afternoon, around our staff looking for feedback right now from members of the public about what types of programs they want to see up there, when they want to see them, and what activities are most desirable. So again, the development of all of that new programming starting this fall definitely presents a big challenge upcoming this year, and the lack of space would also again be a trend that continues with this group. They do operate out of the arena. Now, the good thing with the new community center opening up, that does include some administrative office space, so that will alleviate some of the burden this group has been dealing with. But in general, that's the overview again for the Rec and Community Services group. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Dylan. And I can't stress enough to the public that the feedback in order to design what we do at that community center and what programs are put in place is very, very much important. This is a community center for the residents of this township, and you're very lucky because Miss Grubb is so excited to be able to take this on, because she's waited patiently, and I know if we would get the feedback, we will do the very best in fulfilling the desires of our community. So please, public that are watching at home, make sure you come forward and make those comments, because without your feedback, we're not trying to provide programs in a box. We want to provide what is customized to you. So thank you for, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and just to add to that, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Again, just a point of note around those programs. Again, how they are defined and what the needs are specifically is going to be a big benefit in helping the Scrub develop those programs. But also to note, there are some salary and benefit or salary allocations provided in this budget year now for the hiring of additional, again, not just one additional rec programmer, but also an additional a number of additional camp counselors and fitness instructors. Say now they are. It's intended that the anticipated revenues from those programs would offset the salaries that are included here, but that is part of the salary increase. And then you'll also note again the user fee increase, and again through to 2026 when it's realized in full.
Yeah, no, great value add for the people that live in our municipality, this stuff. So, Councillor Hutchison?
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, through you to Dylan. Two questions with regard to the community center, and you said there's going to be office space. So am I to assume that that would be more of a hoteling situation, that people would drop in and use that space when they need it, versus it being a dedicated space for 1 or 2 or 4 specific employees?
Through your worship to Councillor Hutchison, we're still we haven't exactly said this is how it's going to work. There are a few positions that we have identified that it does make sense for them to be there. Again, the recreation programmer, probably the supervisor again of that group makes sense to be up there. And one of the other focuses, and we'll see when we get to the capital side of things, is sort of an accommodation assessment and needs assessment there, corporate wide. So that'll help dictate some of those decisions.
Okay.
But at the moment, we've identified a few positions that make sense to have up there. But I think at the end of the day, though, there will be a hotel desk space or 2 for sure. Yeah.
Okay. And then a supplemental. Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Dylan. With regards to the planning for programming at the new rec center, within this budget, is there money allocated for the purchase of equipment depending on what the survey results are?
Through your worship to Councillor Hutchison, yeah. So that would have all been built in to the initial budget. There's a couple budget lines for equipment, and it was sort of initially budgeted and intentionally left vague to be defined as to what equipment was to come later. And again, another reason why feedback here from the public will be very helpful, not just in developing and defining the programs, but determining what last minute recreation equipment we need to purchase and have available. Yeah.
Thank you. Is there any other questions? Hey, Rod.
Hi, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Hutchison, maybe if I can just elaborate a little bit more on what Dylan shared regarding the new community center. So there are 3 fixed offices, and then there are 4 touchdown spaces that are planned for that space. So again, as we look at our corporate kind of accommodation needs, there is capacity at that new facility for staff who might work remote to have a space where they can come in, touch down if they need to, print or charge batteries, that kind of thing. So exactly who is going to be working out of that facility? Likely our program staff. So Jody and her team will be up there. I'll likely end up moving up there as well, but then there will be additional space that can be kind of those flexible touchdown spaces for whoever corporately needs it, whether or not it's a building inspector that needs to come in or a municipal law enforcement officer who needs to come in. That space will be available. And then just to the programming, to touch on the programming. So far we've had a great response to our survey for the needs. We've had 372 responses. So that's tons of great feedback from the community. We're seeing that there's lots of requests for pickleball, lots of requests for fitness programming, and it really runs the gamut in terms of ages. So preschool programming, stuff for the youth, stuff for adults, stuff for older adults. So we're really trying to program that space so that we meet the needs of everyone in the community. Granted, there's only so many hours in a day, but Jody and I will work hard to try to make sure that we do as best we can. We're envisioning that the first few weeks that it's open will provide opportunities for the public to come in and do drop-in programs and just kind of get a feel for the services that we have available. And then from there, they can register for a season or a session like the fall session. And again, this is kind of a living programming space. So really looking forward to the community providing their feedback and letting us know, because it's the community space. So we're there to provide a service for the communities. So understanding what their needs are and being able to program that space for them. There is the ability for additional rentals at the community center, whether or not it's in the multipurpose space or in the gymnasium. So, we've left some space and time available for user groups that might be interested in using that space as well. Further to the survey that we have out right now that I know the mayor spoke to last evening, I would like to encourage the public to also get involved in the public engagement for coming up with a name for the new facility. So we keep referring to it as the new community center in Horseshoe Valley, but it actually needs a name. So there is a link on our website under the community center partnership that I encourage the public to go to and submit their recommendations or suggestions for a name for the new facility. So just wanted to put that out there as well.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Llewellyn. Between you, Ms. Grubb, there's lots of energy and power up there to drive that thing to massive success. So, I think it's great, and I know it's also it'll bring the community together, and it'll give us a lot of opportunity to do things we don't really have fully developed yet, like doing programs with Age Friendly and all that, which I think will be a great asset for us, because it's a centralized kind of meeting area where everyone can gravitate to. That's perfect. Any other questions at this time? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next one, and thank you very much, Dylan, for that. And I think you're still on stage, are you not? Libraries.
I am, yes, thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. So libraries, again, as you can see here, there's 4 libraries in our surrounding municipalities that the township here contributes to their annual operating budgets, as it's a service that we don't have or provide. So this is quite common. I know the municipality's been doing this for years here, and the increases are based on requests from those municipalities in some cases, or in others, as you can see with Severn, we haven't received a request for an increase, so that number is left the same. But otherwise, it's the increases operationally for the other 3 are around the 2 to 3% mark annually. So happy to take any questions.
No. Any questions from members of council? I think the one thing here that I know some people say we should have our own library, but you know what? The cost versus benefit, it allows because we're such a large municipality, you're close to a library no matter where you are in it. Like it's a more reasonable travel time, whether it's Barrie and live in the west end of the municipality, or really if you're in the east, or Midland if you're in the north, or Severn. I think that's the better, more sustainable business model from a financial perspective. Bricks and mortar are expensive to build, and bricks and mortar are hard and expensive to maintain. So this is where partnerships with our surrounding municipalities, I think it puts us in a much better position. Councillor Hutchison.
Sorry, yeah, through you, Mayor Greenlaw, and to just play off of that, I mean, I'm a member of the Barrie Public Library and just use the e-book availability. I don't have to visit the building at all.
The world of the library has morphed significantly, and it allows us, that elasticity allows us to execute in a more financially responsible manner. So. Okay, that's we're moving on. Anyone have any questions regarding this? Okay, then we're now on to municipal law enforcement.
Thank you, Mayor
No,
Greenlaw.
sorry, Brent, go ahead, please.
No, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw and Council. And I want to thank the team members from Development Services on putting the budget together. Their assistance was greatly needed, and their expertise and whatnot is appreciated, and really did filter into the budget that's being presented to Council today. Just a quick overview of the department. The department consists of 4 divisions. Consists of municipal law, building, planning, and engineering and development. There are 4 managers. There are 3 senior or supervisor team members, and the department consists of approximately 26 to 27 team members in total. The department is tasked with many different cross-divisional initiatives that relate to updating township development policies, municipal bylaws, design standards, and urban standards related to engineering. The department deals with providing recommendation on Planning Act applications that come before Development Services Committee and Council. The department deals with ensuring that there is compliance with associated bylaws, stemming again from zoning bylaws and Municipal Act bylaws. The budget before Council, it really stems from the divisions working towards a couple of key themes. One is modernizing divisions, so moving towards I would say more of a digitized format for receiving applications, and providing for enhancements and enhancements in reporting, and also tracking applications along with the financials and the payment of application fees and whatnot. And that is found within the cloud permit platform that has been implemented across the board for planning, building, and municipal law. In addition to that, there's also a thrust towards modernization of policies. As Council knows, there has been quite a few policy changes at the provincial level that all divisions are going to have to adjust to. We've got building code updates and a whole new building code. We've got provincial policy changes that keep on morphing and being changed as based on the directives of the provincial government. And in addition to that, from a municipal law enforcement perspective, there's always evolving policies and best practices that have to be incorporated into bylaws. So as far as the department's budget, we'll start off with municipal law enforcement. And specifically, municipal law enforcement is tasked with gaining compliance with municipal bylaws. That includes zoning, that includes anything from a property standards bylaw. And really, it is a department that is ever changing. The department has, or the division has moved into, again, as I noted, cloud permit to be tracking occurrences that happen on a monthly basis through cloud permit, receiving those occurrences and having some reporting mechanisms on that front. In addition, the department has seen some significant changes in how things are done. So for example, I spoke to enhancements to providing for digital platforms. So for example, resident parking, non-resident parking being utilized and being provided through the honk platform, which is meant to enhance customer service. So the budget before council today, really there's the key changes and variations in the budget are tied to salaries and benefits. You'll note that if you look at the change from 26 to 25, there's a reference to $69,000 or closer to $70,000. That's really a variation that's tied to an open municipal officer position that has been left open but may need to be filled with the ever-changing processes of the department. Just moving back, the department is dealing with, and the division is dealing with, short-term rental accommodations and things of that nature. And there's a licensing bylaw that was proposed in draft form or presented in draft form, which may have an implication on township resources and staffing. So I just want to point to that one variation in that this is an existing position that was in existence prior to this budget, and it was incorporated into the 2024 budget. It's a position that the division is waiting and seeing but will eventually be filling that position, especially with the other process that the division is bringing in, which is the administrative monetary penalty system, which is essentially the internal court system to deal with municipal bylaw enforcement and to levy fees for anybody who is not following municipal bylaws. So the first variation is really tied to salaries and benefits. The other aspect of the division relates to user fee revenue. Now, the budget that's being presented, it does not forecast for any significant increase in revenues. Essentially, that is because the division doesn't have any data to go from once the administrative monetary penalty system is implemented. Because the idea is that with the penalties that are issued as part of any non-compliance issue, that there would be additional revenues to offset costs associated with any additional resources. So essentially what would happen is in 2026, after the administrative monetary penalty system is in process, staff will have some numbers to use from actual numbers to utilize to try to forecast and estimate what potential revenues might be for 2026. Just for the purpose of council's knowledge, the AMPS program is expected to be in place and in operation in April. All of the requisite application forms, all of the forms have been completed. There is a communications program that will be released as well and updated on the website. So the idea is to have the AMPS program up and running in April. So that essentially means that there will be some actual revenues and penalty and fees that staff can bring forward as part of the 2026 budgeting program. In addition to that, council will notice that there's some variation in the contractual services component. That is tied directly to the short-term rental accommodation process, specifically Granicus, the use of Granicus, and any consulting fees that will be required to monitor short-term rentals. And essentially that has been incorporated into this budget as well. From an operational standpoint, as I said earlier, the resourcing that is required for a number of these different processes is going to be monitored, and there may be subsequent reports that have to come forward to council in the event that there's a need for any additional resource changes that are or requirements that are noted in this budget that's before council. That concludes my brief overview of the division, and I'm happy to answer any questions that council may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Spagnell. Open the floor for any questions or comments. Don't see any, but I have one. Just so the public can understand the AMPS program, the charges that come in from that. Do they go into the general levy and then, or do we collect them all under bylaw and then like so we know that, because there may be incremental costs adding staff depending on how it is or processing, but how does that get kind of managed out before we put it to where it goes, please?
Yeah. Thanks for the question, Mayor Greenlaw. The idea is that there will be a separate budget line for the AMPS program to monitor the costs coming in as revenue. As was noted and as part of the AMPS program, there is the ability to, if there's individual property owners who are not paying the penalty or the fee, to stack that onto their taxes. So that will have to be monitored through a separate budget line just to determine and monitor the revenues that are coming in through the program. And then also we're going to have to track the amount of time and the additional resources that go into administering the program. Council will note that there's a need for a paralegal to be a hearing officer when there's disputes. That will require township staff resources to run those hearings when we're dealing with appeals of the fees and whatnot. So we're going to have to track those on an ongoing basis just to determine what the costs are of the service and what the revenues are coming in, and then possibly adjust maybe through the adjustment period for 2026.
No, perfect. Thank you very much. If there's no other questions, then thank you very much, Mr. Spagnell, and we'll move on to Mr. Benz.
Your Worship, could I suggest maybe, given that it's 12:30, it may be a good opportunity to take a half an hour break for lunch. And if it was okay with council and maybe through to the public, resuming just after 1 o'clock or around 1 o'clock.
That's your yes card. I guess that you're not asking a question, you're making a statement. Good for you. Okay, so Councillor Shell is speaking on behalf of all of council, and we've decided we're in agreement with that. Thank you. So we'll resume. We'll break now, and we'll be back at 1 or just shortly after.
Mr. Mayor, we're live.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Welcome back. We'll continue now. If we could have Mr. Spagnell, the planning on slide 99.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. So the planning division, as noted earlier in the presentation today, the planning division deals with updating township policy documents, including the official plan, zoning bylaw. The division provides recommendation to Council and Development Services Committee on development applications based on their ability to conform to provincial policy, township policy, county policies, other planning related policies that are revolving around development. In addition, as part of the planning division, there's also the engineering and development arm, which is the arm that deals with review of developments from an engineering standpoint, works directly with subdivision agreements, works with looking at inspecting developments that are going on and dealing directly with assumptions. The division over the course of 2024 experienced high application volumes. In many cases, there was 17% increases in some areas and whatnot, where there was a high volume of work pushed out by the department. Some of the key initiatives that the department is working on is trying to finalize its official plan. The division's also working on updating its zoning bylaw, and that would be to bring the zoning bylaw into conformance with the township official plan. And in addition, there's other initiatives that are geared towards community engagement and public consultation with respect to public meetings. There's a tree canopy bylaw that is being worked on, which was a request by council. And then there's other special policy projects that are being worked on as it relates to the City of Aurelia boundary request or land request through their planning process, City of Barrie request. And then cross-divisionally, we also are dealing with, in planning, with the short-term rental accommodation through the official plan. So there's a cross-divisional consideration there. Tied directly to budget, there was also a process that was initiated in 2024 dealing with fees and charges update through building division and planning. That process is moving forward and quite far along, but related to this budget, it does have an implication on this budget, as the findings of that plan essentially are recommending that 71% cost recovery be achieved through planning applications, which ties in directly to revenues. And I can get into that in a little bit more detail once I go through the variances, but that's a significant project that's been underway for quite some time to deal with the financial sustainability of the department and the municipality, to make sure that fees are modernized so that costs are being recovered for service and not being borne by the taxpayer. So I just wanted to reference that right off the start for the planning division, and it ties into the building division work as well. So just going over the operating variances. So the majority of the operating variances are tied to salaries and benefits. You'll note, and CAO Binns will be speaking to the variance change for 24-2025, but I'll just move on through the other variance changes and just we can circle back to Mr. Binns after I go through the presentation. But the other variance change that's referenced within the budget is tied to administrative and OLT changes. So you'll note that for 2025, there's $95,000 in legals that are assigned to as an estimated budget for legals. The reason why it's significantly less than the previous 2024 budget is that it's very difficult to anticipate what legal fees are going to be incurred in every upcoming year. You can forecast where you might have pinch points, where you might have legal proceedings, but at the end of the day, it's very difficult to forecast that. So the idea was to look at a modest, and I wouldn't say modest, budget for legals, because $95,000 is still a considerable amount. But the thought was that going to $325,000 might be absorbent and might be too much of a cost to look at from a budgeting perspective. That said, the division is looking at ways of reducing legal costs through a number of different avenues. The one is, again, through the fees and charges bylaw update, is looking at some revised wording to recoup legal fees associated with Ontario Land Tribunal hearings where, say for example, the municipality is settling with the appellant. In those instances, that's a matter where the application is being carried forward and the township is walking hand in hand. So there's no reason why in those instances the township should be carrying the legal fees associated with private applications. Similar to that, the way that the township should not be covering the cost for private applications that do not go to the tribunal. So that's one aspect that we're looking at a lot more closely. The other aspect is also tied to just monitoring the involvement of legal and trying to look for other opportunities to get opinions and whatnot so that we don't have to rely so much on legal opinions and legal consulting services. That's one aspect that I think the division is really honing in on as well. There's a requirement in a lot of cases because there are matters that are litigious in nature which do require legal opinions, but I think it's more of a divisional push to try to look at other options available. A prime example of that would be, it's even though it's in a different division, but for example, for the licensing bylaw, Paul Dre's services have been utilized in that case there to look at the formation of a licensing bylaw. Well, typically that might have been sent over to legal to go and draft that bylaw, but there was another cost-effective manner to deal with that through looking at other expertise and other services, which may represent cost reductions to carry forward the business of the municipality, especially with respect to policy generation and bylaw and the crafting of bylaws. So there's going to be a lot of attention directed to the legal fees incurred by the municipality. The other aspect of this is it's really through internal process. It's through internal process such as pre-consultation processes that have been ongoing for quite some time as well, to try to streamline applications and expedite things in a way and move things forward in a way that applicants and developers are kept in the loop right from the start, to allow for that additional communication to try to avoid situations where the municipality is pulled into legal proceedings at the Ontario Land Tribunal. So there's avenues that the division will be looking at from that respect to try to reduce legal costs. But at the end of the day, it's very difficult to estimate and forecast what those costs will be. And that's why there's such a significant variance between the $325,000 that was provided for in the 2024 budget and what's being proposed under the 2025 budget. And then I think touching again on the user fee revenue, I think it's when council takes a look at the revenues being generated, forecast to be generated for 2025, you'll notice a very significant variance there. And essentially that is because in previous years, the division was only recouping 15% of the cost to provide the service. So the forecast here really provides for a forecast of revenues for half of 2025, so from June. And again, as I noted, the expectation is that the fees and charges bylaw for both building and planning division are anticipated to be adopted hopefully by council in June. So the expectation is that revenues and those forecasted revenues would be picked up starting June of 2025. And as council can see, that represents a significant revenue increase from what was being obtained before. So again, the idea there is that the revenues are removing the burden on the taxpayer, and it's a situation where the development community is paying more for their applications than the taxpayer. That essentially concludes my presentation. I'm available to answer any questions from council.
Okay, so I'll thank you very much, Mr. Spagnell. And does anyone have any questions for Mr. Spagnell at this time? CAO Benz has a question. So,
sorry, Mayor Greenlaw, I just wanted to highlight the variance in salaries and benefits and confirm that the change that you're seeing in 25 over 2024 is not additional complement. It just is to reflect actual complement. When we were looking at salaries and benefits across the organization, we did take a deep dive into this, and this is to reflect the actual complement and cost apportionment in planning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Benz. I commend the planning department. I think like the one big win we've had this year that will carry forward, because it will be the development service charge adjustment and the fee application adjustments. I think they're pertinent in helping us, not add incremental increases to the levy, the tax levy to the taxpayers. So I think that will be a big win moving forward. I just have a quick question regarding our official plan. So I know there are a couple of sections that are under appeal, but where are we in updating the other sections with bylaw updates that we need to, like we'll have to rewrite or adjust bylaws to fit the new official plan, but taking those two separate sections out of play, are we well on our way with the updates?
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. So through the previous budget, a policy planner, special projects planner was included as part of an additional staffing resource, and that individual is working on the zoning bylaw update as we speak, and it has been a priority project, since 2025, and it's something that's been set forward. Since there's the communication strategy for that has been relayed and has been initiated to collect comments, and that individual has been working through that process since they were brought on to the corporation. I would turn it over to Mr. Karaskakis just with respect to timing and where we might see this come to fruition, but I can provide those comments up front, and Mr. Karaskakis can provide some additional information.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spagnol. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The timing on completion of the zoning bylaws anticipated fourth quarter of 2025, first quarter 26. There will be an intensive communication reach out to provide comments on drafts when they are released to the public. So we're hoping to compile all those comments and hopefully bring it back to this council for approval by the end of this year, early 26. With respect to other special policy initiatives, we're looking at the communication strategy, the engagement strategy, a tree canopy bylaw. So we're hoping to bring these forward in the next several months. So we are working on some of these special projects, but with respect to the official plan document, that document is in full force and effect, save and except some of the outstanding appeals to one specific section of the official plan, and some non-decision lands that the county of Simcoe has not rendered a decision on. So I would say 95% of that official plan is in full force and effect and continues to be the main document that we review and analyze development applications with. So we're hoping to resolve some of those outstanding appeals and the non-decisions in short order for that plan to be in full force. And what the settlements look like or what the resolution on some of those, we're not sure just yet. But obviously will be brought back to this council for a recommendation.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that clarity. If there's no other questions, thank you very much for that section, and we'll move on to the next CAO bins. Does that make sense? So we're on to the environmental initiatives.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. So the environmental initiatives component of the budget is really a follow-up to presentations that were provided by the Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority and the Lake Simcoe Conservation Authority, and also the Severn Sound Environmental Association. The intended purpose of those presentations was to provide council with an outline of the services being provided and what the budget request would be for the 2025 season. Basically, what we're looking at here from a budget perspective is the NVCA is requesting a draft budget of $279,093. Based on the presentation that was provided by the NVCA in 2024, that dollar amount would include Category 1, Category 2, and some Category 3 services. The Lake Simcoe Conservation Authority is requesting a budget has a budget request of $98,431, and that budget request includes Category 1, Category 2, and some aspects of Category 3 assigned to educational purposes. And the Severn Sound Environmental Association is proposing a budget of $144,162, and that is providing monitoring programs, stewardship programs tied to planting trees. And I think in addition to that, there's also source water protection monitoring and whatnot that gets included into those services. Now, just to refresh council's memory, Category 1 represents the legislative mandatory requirements and provisions provided by the authorities. That does not apply to the Severn Sound Environmental Association because they're an association, not an authority. Category 2s represent anything by way of an agreement with the municipalities that the authorities service, and that would take into account any planning application reviews, any assistance from a planning perspective where there requires additional contracted services. Category 3s are again non-legislated, and that would include any educational programs, some monitoring, and things of that nature. So just reflecting back to 2024, I know that there was consideration given to Category 1, 2s, and 3s when the matter was first brought forward through the 2024 budget cycle. I just wanted to raise that for council's consideration as it relates to the request from the authorities and the association. I'm available to answer any questions that council may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Spagno. Is there any questions regarding these items? Councillor Schell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, through you. The difference between mandatory and an association, what is the difference there? The main difference?
Through Mayor Greenlaw to Councillor Schell, the main difference between the authority and the association is the association provides services via agreement with the municipality. They're not legislated or legislatively required to do so by the province, where the authorities are covered under the Conservation Authorities Act, and they are legislated and required to provide some services that are mandated by the province. So, for example, a Category 1 services would include regulation mapping, for example, for floodplains and hazard land mapping, things of that nature. Those have been identified as Category 1 services, whereas the association, the Severn Sound, would not be required to do that by way of legislation through the province.
Thank you.
No, I guess the only thing is I'm looking at the budget layouts and it's not very standardized as far as the percentage increase between the two CAs and the SSEA. Is there a reasoning for that, or is that just where they are within their own organization as far as forecasting and planning?
Thanks for the question, Mayor Greenlaw. It's the tail end of your comment and your question. Really, the requested budgets are based on their practices, their services, and how they do business. So that's why there would not be a standardized percentage or approach to how the budgets are being presented. That said, they still have to operate under the Category 1, Category 2, or Category 3 silos, I'll call them, or compartments. That's for the NVCA and the LSRCA. but the SSCA really does function as an association that they provide their services and their costs based on their business and what they're doing for the area municipality.
And I don't want to belabor this or drag it out, as we're hear more about numbers, but so how category 1, 2, and 3, and I understand the separations. And if someone's asking for, I know last year we had one of the CAs merging category 2 and 3 was under 1, which caused raised a significant concern because it's either A or B. And now it sounds like one of the CAs, if not more, are asking for some consideration to category 3 again.
Yes, Mayor Greenlaw. So if we go through the budget request that was provided by the NVCA, there was category 1s, category 2s, and category 3s that were proposed as part of their presentation in November. The LSRCA also provided for some category 1, so that's the mandatory requirement. That's what the municipality has to pay for because that's legislated and required by the province. The LSRCA also had category 2, but that was tied into the Lake Simcoe Protection Act and requirements of that, where there is a planning aspect of it where they need to review any applications that come in because Oro-Medonte has lands that are covered under that act. There's some category 3 in there from the LSRCA that's tied more to some educational programs, and that is also depicted within their presentation as well. So you're correct in that there's a blend in some instances of category 2s and 3s, but it depends on some legislative requirements, and a lot of it depends on how they're presenting their budgets to the area municipalities or the partner municipalities.
Yeah. If possible, I would really appreciate us having clear understanding of what's 3. Whether it's like you can't put 1 foot in and say you're swimming, right? It's either 1 or 2, or 2 or 3, and either. I guess I don't want to create a gray area with one CA that could impact the other CA. So if we're going to be fair across the board, if category 3 is legislated by the provinces, is one we don't partake in, because I think education was removed, that the CAs weren't allowed to use education couldn't put education on the levies that they were putting to the municipalities. And I just want to be consistent and fair, that's all. I'm not trying to play one off the other. I'm just saying we need to be clear and consistent, that's all. CAO Benz?
Yeah, thank you for that, Mayor Greenlaw, and good suggestion. I'm suggesting we bring back a summary that can be included as an appendix to this section that would break the services out by category for further discussion.
No, perfect. Councillor Schell?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, through you. The difference between an association and the mandatory CAs, what does the association do that for us that the CAs don't do?
Mayor Greenlaw, through you to Councillor Schell. The SSCA may work directly with, say, for example, private property owners on stewardship programs. So they're similar services, but they might be providing those services to different property owners, different organizations. So it's very difficult to distinguish between the types of services that each one provides, because they may be similar in what they provide, but it's who they're providing it to. So for example, if you've got a tree planting program, they might offer stewardship programs to residential properties, for example, where the NVCA might deal more with larger properties, say for a planting program and a bank stabilization program directed at business owners, for example. So in some ways the services are similar, but it's who they're providing the service to. And I think to CAO Bin's point, I think as far as distinguishing and providing that clarification, we can make sure, staff can make sure that that's included with any appendix so that council knows exactly how the services work.
Supplemental.
So, entity.
The association doesn't really have any authority.
Mayor Greenlaw, through you to Councillor Shell, the association works on an agreement basis with the municipalities that it provides the service to, but aren't covered under the Conservation Authorities Act, which is where the conservation authorities get their delegated powers to permit and regulate floodplain areas and things of that nature.
Okay, thank you. That's something some of the people in the public will want to understand. Thank you.
CAO Benz.
I guess maybe, if I could maybe further interpret that, if the question is this a discretionary expense? I would say yes. There are services, as Mr. Spagnol alluded to, that they provide on our behalf that are legislated services. So if there was a decision to not provide that service through the SSEA, we would still have to provide that service either internally or find another service provider. But it isn't something that we're legislated to fund. There are legislative activities that they conduct on our behalf.
So if we didn't utilize them as a sort of partner, we would have to take those responsibilities on ourselves, which would potentially create either us contracting those services out or hiring incremental staff within to fulfill those needs. And I think the other big part I just want to say is, I think with the SSC, the complexity of Oro-Medonte is because we're so large, our streams and tributaries run into a number of different watersheds or bodies that don't all fall under one CA itself. And a big part of my understanding, and correct me, Ms. Jacoby, because this is more in, I think, your wheelhouse, is water source protection is a big component of the SSEA. And it's a significant thing that the NVCA and the LSRCA don't provide outside of their areas, correct?
Source water protection is a great example of that service that we get from the SSEA, whether it's source water protection, our septic inspection program, and the risk management official that we have through the SSEA, and that value that they add and bring to the township for us in that particular service would have to be matched with either another contractor or internally provided.
Yeah, I hate to say it, our challenge is we're so big geographically, and we have so many tributaries, and water's a big component of the water flow is a big component of our township. So, it's not as simple as you think. Oh, sorry, my apologies, Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, through you. And just to sort of address your question, Councillor Shell, I sit on the board of the SSEA, and we've had this conversation many times because there's other municipal representatives on the board. And the question does come, are we getting the value for money that we're spending from the with the SSEA for the services they provide? Well, the services they provide, we require here at the township. And to sort of either do that a la carte, we'd have to either hire another company to do it or hire a staff member to do that work. The cost would probably be net neutral. So although it's a large amount of money, we need to have that work done, whether it's through the SSCA or through another provider. I hope that helps clarify.
Yes, thank you. I think it'll help clarify that to a lot of people.
Yeah, no, much appreciated. Okay, is there any other questions on this matter at this time? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next item. Environmental Services.
Thank you.
Ms. Jacoby, would you like to present this one, please?
Sure. So Environmental Services, just to recap, we're responsible for the operation, maintenance, and protection of core infrastructure, being drinking water supply, treatment and distribution, wastewater collection and treatment, urban stormwater collection and treatment, and roadway illumination. We are a department that operates 24/7, 365. Compliance and provincial legislation probably remains the greatest pressure in environmental services. It impacts how we manage our staffing resources, growth, and acquisition of new assets. Technology and innovation also play a large role in our work, as we are always looking to streamline operation, maintenance, data analytics, and our reporting. Looking into 2025 and 2026, we remain focused on strategic asset management of this core infrastructure. And the slide that you're looking at right now, environmental services, as you know, is broken down into several user fee divisions and tax levy division. This slide that you're looking at is environmental services administration in those divisions that are governed through the tax levy. So just a couple things I wanted to highlight for you. I won't repeat a lot of what my colleagues already talked about, redistribution of costing, reallocation, things like that. I want to draw your attention to salaries and benefits. On this slide, you'll note that we have the addition of one position being a manager of stormwater and streetlights, and this position would support the increased focus on stormwater based on our compliance needs and on the activity as previously discussed. Other than that, you'll see in the notes below in the change explanation, a lot of it is a redistribution of costing. So if there's any questions on this slide, I'm happy to take them.
Okay. Council, the floor is open for any questions, comments, other than great job. And thank you for running such a lean department. And I know you don't have the abundant staff for the amount of work that you guys do, but I appreciate that. And so we'll move on to the next. Thank you very much, Ms. Jacoby. So, Mr. Spagnell.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. So as council will recall again earlier on the presentation, I referenced the division responsibilities of building. Essentially, it's processing of building permit applications, updating township policy, and making sure that there's compliance with the Ontario Building Code. A lot of the stresses on the department have been increased volumes in building permit activity for residential homes that have been tied to two key developments, which would be the Craighurst Crossing development and the Eagles Rest development. You'll note that from the perspective of the department, again, tying back to the fees and charges bylaw, through that process, the division is looking at full cost recovery through the refinement and through fee revisions to building permit applications and any other applications that the department, the division deals with. Right now, the department is operating at a cost recovery of 64%. So 100% cost recovery really does bring the department into a cost neutral situation for the services that it provides. In addition to that, as far as the fees and charges bylaw goes, there's a recommendation in that study to provide for a reserve stabilization program, which essentially means that a dollar amount will be placed into reserves to make sure that the department is sustainable in times when there's a downturn in the market. That is because the division relies on user fees only, and it's a user fee system, which means that there is not any drawdown from the tax levy in order to support the department. As far as the department or the division goes, there's one key variation from salaries and benefits. That is the transfer of a position from a contractual position to a permanent position to provide for a junior plans examiner or permit coordinator. That's really in response to the uptick in volumes and the need for additional inspections that have been resulting from I would say, an upward trend in the expectation of service. A lot of times the permits that are being reviewed require more inspections, which requires more resources to keep up with the volume of permit inspections that are going on through the department. The user fees, the estimated user fees are expected to be consistent. Now that might seem strange given the economic environment and the uncertainties out in the environment right now. However, based on the amount of permit activity that's occurred over 2025 as anticipated to occur into 2025, there's also spin-off applications that would form from the result of occupancies and home construction. Those could be accessory buildings, those could be decks, there could be a number of different spin-off applications that form from that development that has already been approved and is in the pipeline being constructed. So there might not be the same residential component or the same activity based on the volume of those two developments that I noted, but there is the expectation that revenues will remain consistent to previous years, volumes will remain consistent to previous years, and on that basis, staff is anticipating similar revenues to the years of 2024, 2023. And again, from the perspective of the stabilization program being recommended through the fees and charges study, the idea is to make the department more sustainable over a 5-year term and to make sure that the reserves are being replenished year over year so that in the moment of economic downturn, the department can sustain itself and focus on other things that might lead to process adjustments or initiatives or things of that nature. I'm available to answer any questions that the council has. Thank you.
Council, any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Spagnell. We will now move on to slide down to drinking water systems. Ms. Jacoby.
Thank you. So drinking water systems, as you all know, is a user fee program and division. Again, redistribution of wages across department divisions you'll see in this slide. This is reflective of there's 11 staff members in environmental services, each contributing to the operation of the drinking water systems. The main note I want to draw your attention to is line item under drinking water systems, an increase of 34,000, and that is predominantly related to network configuration that is currently underway for our SCADA system, and it's a focus for us right now as we move into 2025 and 2026. And then you'll also notice at the bottom the tax levy requirement being 0 as this service is funded entirely through the drinking water rate. If you have any questions on the slide, I'm happy to answer.
Just the I know I'm this was it an acronym, the STATA system? Just so for clarity for people to know what you're talking about. Sorry.
I apologize. It's how we monitor drinking water systems remotely and on site.
Okay. No. Well, thank you, because now I know I know what it represents. Thank you.
I apologize for the acronym.
Okay. Any questions? No. Perfect. Thank you very much, Ms. Jacoby, and keep up the great work. Thank you. And now we're on to communal tile systems. I continue on.
Thank you. Same theme here. This is a user fee service, meaning only those users who receive the fee pay for the service. Again, a redistribution of wages across divisions and environmental services. We have an increased focus in communal tile systems and in wastewater in general in 2025 and 2026, predominantly as a result of provincial legislation. And again, township vehicles, also a redistribution of costs across department activities. And you'll see again at the bottom, tax levy requirement is 0 as this is a user fee funded program.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Just out of curiosity, how many tile systems do we have in the municipality?
7.
7? Okay. Councillor Schell, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you. You just asked one of them. Excuse me. I'm curious to, where would we find one?
All 7 are located in Horseshoe Valley.
Thank you.
Perfect. Any other questions at this time? Okay, so we're now on to street lighting. Mr. Jacoby?
Thank you. Street lighting, also user fee. Again, redistribution of wages, back to what I talked about with stormwater, provision of a dedicated new staff to oversee stormwater and streetlights. So generally an overall increased focus in this particular program.
Oh, perfect. Is Councillor Clark?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you too, Michelle. I know street lighting was an initiative that we worked on from a dark sky perspective, and I just wanted to see if you could give any sort of update on that.
Dark sky requirements are in our engineering standards, and you'll see when we look at the capital program, we have a capital program dedicated to replacing some of those arms and heads for more downward lighting as opposed to upward.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Anyone else have a question at this time? Seeing none, that brings me to the end of that kind of section, but thank you very much, Mr. Jacoby, again, and we're now on to capital budgets. Mr. Binns, did you want to take the lead on this, please?
Thank you, Your Worship. I've got one project under the CAO's office, so this will be easy. And it's one of Council's strategic initiatives under strengthening operational capacity. The project is a service level review, and it's really to take a longer term view of the services we provide, some of the both the internal and external environments, and take a longer term view of what a service and HR plan would look like for the organization, to make sure that we're appropriately positioned for the growth in our services. And as Mr. Flannery alluded to, and I think all of Council is aware of, it's been an issue that we've been talking about for quite some time, the pressure on our facilities, where those facilities are located. So it really forms the basis for a better understanding of what it is that we're trying to accommodate, and where it's best to accommodate those services across the municipality. So that's really what we're looking to undertake as a corporate service level review, really kind of future focused to help guide our HR plans. Direct linked, obviously, to succession planning. And if we know, a few years down the road that we're going to require staff, then it provides a roadmap for us to develop our staff team accordingly as well. So that's really the essence of the project.
Yeah. So that's not just staff, but facilities as well as the analysis.
And Mr. Flannery will speak to some of the facility accommodation components, but yes, certainly looking at the staffing component as a starting point that will inform the accommodation and facility requirements. Okay. Okay. And I'll maybe pass the baton to my colleague, Ms. Hewitt, for corporate services.
Thanks, Mr. Binns, Mayor and members of Council. There are 2 capital projects listed under the corporate services budget. Both of these are projects that were underway in 2024 and will look to conclude in 2025. The first is the Business Retention, Expansion and Attraction Project, which was presented in draft form to Council yesterday, looking to have that concluded by May of this year. The second is the transition and integration of our paper and digital records into an enhanced Laserfish system, hoping to have that completed by the end of 26 as well. Any questions?
Oh, perfect. No, I think the initiative that was presented last night, it was my second time from the Economic Roundtable, but I think that's a fantastic initiative that you guys have undertaken, and I think it's going to produce a lot of great results.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
You're welcome. Any other questions or comments? Thank you very much, Ms. Hewitt. So
I will continue on if that's all right with information technology. 3 projects listed for capital involvement this year. The first is the community engagement platform, which Council received the report in the fall of 2024, and we are well along in the creation of our digital platform. Anticipate having that live within the next 4 to 6 weeks. The next is our annual technology lifecycle replacement program, which relates to our life cycle for our devices, whether that's servers, printers, cell phones, or computer devices. And the third is the installation of cell phone boosters in 2 more of our remote sites to enable, from an emergency management perspective, some redundancy should there be an issue with cell phone coverage.
Okay.
Any questions?
Councillor Bard and then Councillor Shell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Ms. Hewitt. So obviously we're going to be replacing technology regularly throughout. Is this sort of a standard size, or is there, like, is it a fairly steady increase, or are there years where we have a whole bunch of technology that to replace, or is that an easy question to answer?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bard. Good question. It is fairly standard, though you'll see in 2025 it is a slightly higher replacement. There just happened to be a few more that were in our life cycle. Where we can, we do retain these devices when they come out of life cycle for ongoing use, but we do need to make sure that we have good quality equipment.
Sorry, Mr. Binns and then Councillor Shelley. I think Mr. Binns wants to add more.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify on that. And you hear a lot about our investments in modernizing service and technology. And certainly, I think the trend that we've seen is that we've got more technology to support. Obviously, as we roll out new technology into the fields, and more mobile type of technology, that it does require the replacement. So the general trend would be that we're investing more in technology, and then that puts more demand on the IT department operationally as well to be able to support that technology with new users. But as you've heard from all of us here today, there are significant benefits in efficiencies and improvements there as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bin. And Councillor Shell?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Through you to Ms. Hewitt. I know we need these cell phone boosters, and I'm wondering if you have had the opportunity to look at or consider doing some towers throughout the community to help with the cell phone for everybody along with internet. It's also a revenue booster, or it's going to be a revenue maker for you. Have you looked into any of that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor. Not with respect to this application. This application is specifically to enable enhanced service within municipal facilities in the event that we needed a backup source for emergency purposes. What you're alluding to is conversation around internet connectivity across the municipality. It is something that we had looked at probably within the last couple of years. It is something that has not been traditionally the type of operation that our municipality has engaged in, and if council wished us to look into it, we could, but at this point, there's nothing that's been updated for this budget cycle.
Thank you.
Any other questions at this time? I know Councillor Shell's been something you've been trying to champion since day one with council about getting this resolved, and we've been, apparently we're supposed to be all hooked up to 5G fiber by the end of this year. No, and I understand, and I appreciate all your efforts, but I know you're also scheduled to go to the next conference on this and see it. Hopefully, if there's some information. I know you brought some valuable information back last conference where that was done in York region, I believe, down by Richmond Hill. But the thing there was they have a much more grander budget than we do, and the infrastructure is there for them to tie into, which unfortunately, it's not unfortunately, that's why we live here. We live here because we're sprawled. We're not sprawled up, but we're a rural community that doesn't have big pockets of intensification that would support that investment at this time.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. I totally understand that, and I've spoken with our warden who's using the systems in Romero Township, and they're quite happy with the results.
Yeah, good. No, we'll like bring back from the conference hopefully some information, and we can look at those opportunities as well, because at the end of the day we want perfection and we'd like it yesterday, but unfortunately our budgets don't accommodate all those wishes. Yeah, no. Okay, so there's no other questions. Move on to finance, and welcome back from your sabbatical. Shannon, haven't heard from you since prior to lunch.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. So this slide is regarding the capital project for the Dynamics Great Plains Diamond implementation and additional licensing. I spoke a bit about this in the operating budget that we'll be implementing more of the modules this in 2025 and over in 2026. So our focus will shift to these additional modules and functions, including e-billing, accounts receivable, purchase orders, workflow, and virtual city hall for online payments for our citizens to be able to review invoices and make payments online. We currently are reviewing our account codes to ensure transactions are recorded in a manner that supports staff decision-making. And the restructuring of those codes, and it facilitates a smooth future transition for the Dynamics platform. Additionally, the second capital project that tags on to the main one is we require additional licensing, GP licensing, to fully utilize the reporting system for management team to review and manage their budgets. And they can also have the capability to drill down on the transactions and to determine what their variances are and those explanations for their quarterly reporting. Also, with the implementation with further modules, staff across all the departments, even the admin assistants, will require access to the system to utilize our other modules, and these are going to be full user or limited user licensing. And with this initial purchase, this initial capital purchase, there'll be a maintenance operating cost for these licenses every year after they become operational. But it is key in the efficiencies and effectiveness of the management team to be able to view their budgets and actuals and to be able to report to council on and see where those variances lie in our reporting.
CAO Benz.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. And just to piggyback off of that, this has been a huge pain point and huge area of focus. You've seen that in the financial services review, and having dug into it over the past 6 months, there's been an awful lot of work from all of the departments and especially finance and getting to this. And you heard from other departments about the setup of the accounts. But this is really critical for the organization. And Ms. Johnson spoke about some of the processes and even the documentation of standard operating procedures and training staff. So all of these things that, our projects require a significant amount of time to make sure that we're achieving the objectives that we set out in these projects. And I did want to circle back to the December 11th presentation with budget, and we spoke about some of the project controls and project reporting that council had identified previously. So now that the budget, we've prepared the budget, we are going to be working on these strategic projects to enhance our reporting just on the work plans and where we are, to make sure that council has an understanding of how those projects are moving along. And again, the objective is making sure that we're hitting our targets. And if we're not, then we're going to need to recalibrate and refocus to make sure that we're addressing the things that we need to address. So I just wanted to flag and connect the dots on that one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for CO Binns or Shannon at this point? Then do we want to move on? Do we want to move on to Fire Emergency Services? Chief Payment?
Thank you, Your Worship. So a couple of projects the fire department is looking at here. The first one specifically has been altered significantly. Previous management had the visions of a significant renovation for the headquarters fire station. With that being said, the change of management determined that that direction was maybe not required. So with that being said, the thought process of putting an additional bay and living quarters at that station to house potential full-time firefighters was not determined necessary. So a restructure of that design to update the building. There's certainly been some deficiencies that have been noted within the building, such as aging windows and doors and the lack of a proper bunker gear room for the firefighters within that station. So the thought process is to enter into a design process to determine what would be the best course of action to upgrade that fire station from simply a non-structural component. With that being said, keeping in tune with Station 3, we also have a fuel system that is utilized by some of the fire departments, some of the fire stations, Station 1 will fuel there, Station 3 fuels there as well. But the fuel system itself is aging, and there was some collaboration with the operations department as well to try and build in some redundancies and some safe gaps for the municipality should there be any issues. So the thought process is the diesel and petrol fuel tanks behind the headquarters station would be replaced with updated systems. There's no real effective means of tracking right now, so we want to implement a FOB type fuel system as we see throughout the rest of the municipality in an effort to allow us to better track the fuel that's there. However, it will also allow public works or operations to utilize them should they be required. Also, for those of you that are familiar with the headquarters station, the station's backup generator is a large diesel generator that's located inside the structure itself. Certainly not reasonable in today's day and age. Also, the size of the generator is much larger than what's required, just due to moving some equipment out of that station. So, looking at some potential options, obviously we want to move the generator outside the structure itself. There's natural gas that's available in that general area, which certainly doesn't now require us to monitor fuel or ensure that the fuel is filled up. So a standalone generator on the exterior of the building, driven by natural gas, will meet all of our needs and obviously improve the working conditions and the noise within the building when it becomes active. We did explore the option to move that generator itself outside, but that was going to involve building a separate building, obviously relocation costs, and we're dealing with the age of the actual generator itself and still dealing with diesel fuel. The cost was almost identical, so it felt that it was a much more beneficial option to go to a natural gas generator. The funds that were allocated for the Station 3 addition have been, it's been proposed that we're going to reallocate them towards Station 5 or the Warminster Fire Station. Again, I'm not too sure how many council members have taken a tour of the fire stations. Perhaps it might be time if we have not done so. But with that being said, Station 5 has three apparatus in it. There's 3 apparatus bays. But unless you have a size 30 waist, you actually have to leave the building to use the washroom facilities because you can't walk between the truck and the overhead door in the front to actually get to the bathroom. Certainly not desirable. It does not have adequate washroom facilities as well, or office facilities. So the thought process is is by adding an addition on the east side of that station. We can do so with unimpeding the operations of the station. The addition could go on while the station is still active, and obviously we would look to improve the space with inside the station itself and add adequate washroom and office facilities. While doing so, we would look to repave the parking lot. The proposed addition would also allow for adequate parking. As it sits right now, there's only about enough room for 6 or 7 firefighters to park in that parking lot. Yes, there is the parking lot beside, located at the park area. However, if we look at this winter as an example, there was an 8-foot snowbank between the two, so it's certainly not conducive to speedy response times. We were also in the process of redoing all our fire stations with LED lighting. We do have one left to do, which would be the Moonstone Fire Station. We were able to add some LED lighting in the truck bay area last year. However, by putting LED lighting throughout the rest of the building itself, all our fire stations, will be updated with LED lighting. And lastly, this is actually something that we were preparing for. However, we were able to secure this funding through a recent fire marshal grant. So those funds will not be required. However, that money has been reallocated, and I will see you on April 9th to discuss those funds again. With that being said, those are the capital items that the fire department is looking at for 2025 and 2026, and I will open the floor to any questions.
Thank you, Chief Payment. Anyone have any questions on this matter at this point in time? Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Through you to Chief Payment. First of all, again, thanks for the comprehensive review that we've received regarding the fire department and the action items that you've been able to complete on that. And some of them did have to do with equipment and the requirement for upgrades, etc. My question is, and there was an example earlier on hose testing, and you found some of the hoses were failing. So are those items already been purchased, or are they part of this budget going forward for 2025? Now, I guess where I'm going is, now that you're completing all of these aspects of the KPMG review, have you got everything covered off as far as what still needs to be done and the expenses related to that review?
Through your worship to you, Councillor Hutchison, great question. So with that being said, we're able to do that with our normal equipment replacement that we have allocated throughout the year. As a result of some of the shortcomings, I guess, that we found with the equipment, as I kind of mentioned earlier with respect to the operating budget, just due to a 10-year replacement cycle of most of our items, sometimes this needs to be replaced and sometimes this doesn't need to be replaced. And within that, there's a bit of jockeying that goes on. So I certainly appreciate that comment, but that equipment that we are lacking is certainly accounted for in the budget with itself.
Supplemental? You're all good.
I don't know if I should say this or not. I will make a comment. I find it interesting there's not a rescue boat in the request this year, but I would imagine that you've probably reviewed the requirement for that and found it wasn't needed, or?
Through your worship to you, Councillor Hutchison, there's certainly some thought and consideration that needs to be looked at with respect to the boat itself. The airboat is not up for replacement for a couple of years, and the thought process was that when it came time to replace it, a more comprehensive review would probably be conducted as to the need for that piece of equipment within the municipality. With that being said, I don't feel at this time there's any real benefit to get rid of it, based on the fact that it doesn't need to be replaced and we have adequate operators for it. However, in saying that, it's probably not going to be a cheap piece of equipment to replace, and a review of its requirements will probably be undertaken and a decision made at that point.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Chief Payment? Thank you very much. So we'll deal with one more, and then we'll take a quick washroom break. But so we will deal with development services. Mr. Spagno.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. There are 3 projects that are listed within the budget before council today. The first project that's listed from development services is related to growth management strategy. As council knows, and it came up earlier in the discussion today, the township's official plan was recently updated to a point where it's 95% complete with some outstanding appeals. As part of that work, any growth management that was done based on county growth management practices and a county growth management process that was tied into the county's update. So that being said, there was not a localized growth management strategy that looked at the local growth pressures specifically related to Oro-Medonte. So given that the update to the official plan was really a conformity exercise to bring things into conformity with provincial policy provincial policy and county policy, the thought here is that given there are ever-changing provincial policies that are coming down the pipe with respect to settlement area expansion, with respect to the need for additional housing, the thought is that there would need to be a localized growth management strategy to guide development within the municipality up to 2051, which addresses the stresses that the municipality is facing today. The department is receiving requests for settlement expansions and pre-consultations, and without guiding policy as to how those are going to be dealt with, those types of requests would be subject to interpretation of essentially the development community who would be coming in applying for those types of requests and the provincial policy statement. So the idea here is that what would need to occur is a localized growth management strategy that would assess the settlement areas as they exist today from an infrastructure perspective, take a look at background information related to servicing, identify the land needs of the municipality to accommodate growth, to identify strategy and recommendations for a diversifying housing stock. One of the key aspects of the municipality is that there is not a diversified housing stock, and there needs to be a look to providing for multis and some higher densities in the appropriate areas. And then lastly, there would have to be some criteria formed to deal with these settlement area boundary expansion requests so that there is a format and policy guidance with the municipal vision as to where it's appropriate and how it's appropriate to expand and develop. The project would be covered mostly in large by development charges and is expected, if approved by council, to be initiated in 2025 and completed into 2026. The idea is that the growth management strategy would inform any future official plan updates that would need to be done from a policy perspective, but having that direction and that policy document in place to set the criteria within that time frame can be relied on to provide some guidance until the official plan is updated to reflect that specific document. I can answer any questions that council may have with respect to that specific project, or carry on. I'm in your hands, Mayor Greenlaw.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Spagnuolo. Just confirming, would this, I'm going to call it a planning document, our growth management strategy, would it have to be in conformance with the county growth management?
Through Mayor Greenlaw to Councillor Clark, this is a planning exercise which takes a look at forecasts of growth to try to provide recommendation as to how the best way is for the municipality to grow up to a 2051 time horizon. So really the expectation is it would have to look at provincial policy. Firstly, it would consider some county policy as well. But at the end of the day, this is a localized growth management strategy to look at local growth issues and to try to provide a framework for how we're going to grow and what we need to do up to 2051. So the answer is yes, it would have to consider provincial policy and conform, but it's really establishing a localized framework and roadmap for how the municipality will grow up to 2051.
Councillor Bard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Now, would this likely follow sort of similar formats we've seen before, where there would be a draft presented and then the local business community would have their input and then it would be reviewed? Through
Mayor Greenlaw, their growth management strategies tend to be an exercise that would require some input from the public and from property owners. One key aspect of this, and just tying this to strategic directives, there's a need to look at the employment base, for example, so the employment land base. There's a need to look at the residential land base. So there would have to be some form of outreach and some review and comment from the stakeholders that would be involved and that could be impacted by the findings of the report once the township's official plan is updated. So there would have to be some form of outreach, yes.
Okay, any other questions? And continue on, please, Brent.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. The next project is tied to, if you think about it from a strategic direction, is building internal capacity. It's also enhancement to service. Really, this is it's a project related to municipal law enforcement to build on the cloud permit model that has currently been implemented for municipal law enforcement to provide an ability to track and take in licensing applications. The dollar amount is $20,000, and that would be something that does have an impact on the tax base. The one key parameter to this, though, is that it really is contingent on where the municipality goes with its short-term rental accommodation process, as the thought is that this module will be needed in order to take in licenses and set up workflow and provide for tracking and things of that nature. So it's a provisional item that's really tied to the outcomes of the short-term rental accommodation process that the township is currently considering. I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Any questions on this? Oh, I think it's all good. Onward, please.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. So the reference to the need for engineering design standards and review update is really tied again to the strategic direction about well-planned development. They're in coordinating well-planned development, the engineering standards and having a set modernized standard to work from helps the municipality in a number of ways. The first way it does that is it establishes a standard for the development community to review what the expectation is of the municipality from a design perspective. The second part of that is it allows the municipality with modernized standards to defend any challenges that, say, we might be getting from developers who want to do things in a different way. And a lot of times, as council knows, there can be challenges to the Ontario Land Tribunal about specific things like urbanized cross sections, for example, versus rural, and where it's appropriate to do so. Without having a modernized standard that has been accepted by way of a council policy, it leaves the municipality somewhat exposed, and it leaves staff in almost a state of limbo to have to defend against what certain applicants may want to see happen from a design standard. So this project here is scheduled for 2026. It's something that would be headed by the manager of engineering and development, and it's a process that is needed to modernize standards and really set the framework for how development is to occur when we get into construction. I'm available to answer any questions that council may have. Thank you.
Questions, anyone? No? Oh, sorry, John, or sorry, Councillor Bard.
Thank you. I just want to say that that's a great idea, and I'm excited to see that follow through so that we have sort of more of a pre-consultation and prevent rather than react. Thanks.
Oh, that's a great point. Okay. And does that conclude the development services component then?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw.
Perfect. So let's take a 5 to 10 minute break, and then we'll come back and wrap up. I think that, and then we'll be able to wrap everything up after that. Okay? So let's
Mr. Mayor, we're live.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We're now under Operations and Community Service, Infrastructure and Capital Projects. Mr. Maestris, is that your? No, oh, sorry, my apologies. Dylan, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to members of council. So the first several sections here within Operations and Community Services are under the Infrastructure and Capital Projects group. Just to highlight a few areas of focus for 2025, there's some continued annual guardrail replacements and installations. You'll see several bridge design and restoration projects at 4 different structures. Continued work on several legacy drainage issues. So you're taking the long-term root cause approach. Again, you've heard some numbers earlier about the reduction around service level requests and how effective that's been. So that continued approach you'll see here now through several studies, followed by a design, followed by a construction at several different notable locations. And then the largest project in 2025 in this area, the Warminster Sidewalk Construction Project, which includes road rehabilitation, sidewalk installation, and again, correcting another legacy drainage issue. In 2026, this group, the focus turns back more towards the pavement management program, whereas there's not much in terms of repaving in 2025. So 2026, there's actually 6 different locations for repaving projects. Asphalt patching, which is taken a year or 2 off here, is back. And then there's other continued maintenance around crack sealing to continue expanding the lifespan of some roads. You'll see continued bridge restoration following through from some of the designs in 2025 through to the construction in 2026. And again, some completion of drainage projects or continuations through to the design and construction after some studies in 2025. Once we get down to the facilities and parks and community halls and sports field pages, I'll gladly highlight a couple projects there as we go through. But if you wanted to first move down to the bridges and culverts page, we can start there if there are any questions. Yeah, same thing here. So this again would be the some road preservation projects again with the asphalt patching in 26 and just regular crack sealing 25. Any questions here? Right. Yeah, gladly. Yeah. There's the pavement management program again with really a minimal, again, a Penetanguishene Road sidewalk design only in 25 with some road condition assessment that is just continually ongoing in 25, and then again the 6 project locations I spoke to in 26. Any questions here?
I guess that's the sidewalk in Craighurst along 93. Is that that is? It's.
Yes, Your Worship, that's correct. And that one actually is sort of pending. We want to have approval here now in 25 so that we're ready to get that design. Mm-hmm. But actually, we are still working with the developer and learning that there may be a need to wait, and it may be that based on where they have to, where their exit is coming out of their subdivision, may align there, and it may be that they need to get more involved than was otherwise the case. So we're asking so that we're prepared to make that design, but that one isn't actually going to move forward necessarily right away until we've got that confirmation and finalized with the Craigers development where their intersection, et cetera, and infrastructure is going to be located.
Okay, perfect. No, thank you. Any other questions? I see none, so please continue on.
Yep, and second last in this area here, I believe, is the Warminster Side Road construction project. Again, this is the large full reconstruction project, and happy to take any questions here as well.
Seeing none at this time.
Great. If I'm not mistaken, this is last of this area here, which is drainage. So again, this is the significant area of focus, as you can see, for 2025. Again, the fairly methodical root cause approach of doing a sort of taking a 2 to 3 year even approach at each of these projects, doing a full study followed by design, followed by the construction, has proven to be effective. You'll see that in theory here is carried out at several different locations. And again, happy to take any questions.
We're good. Thank you very much.
Next is township facilities. And just it's a bit of a longer list, so I'm not going to go through each one. I will, however, highlight a few. One area that's, again, been spoken to at several points throughout the day today is around our space accommodation needs. So you'll see here over the next 2 years, there are a couple different projects around that area, or there is a focus for this building. There's an administrative customer service reconfiguration project here for the front. There's again a facility accommodation plan guided by the capital project through the service level review that the CIO spoke to in his area in the capital projects. Again, this facility accommodation plan would be sort of guided by that, and then as well as a feasibility study around a joint operations center. So again, with the water department currently operating out of the old town hall with storage in the basement right next to our public works group in the southern yard. Again, as the CEO spoke to earlier, with a similar footprint as it had, as was the case back when the amalgamation occurred. We're sort of at our, and part of this budget too looks to actually add staff. So we really are at our the breaking point. So it's time to look to a long-term solution there, and creating a joint operations study is a strong possibility for the way to go for the future there. There's again several building condition assessments, which are part of our asset management planning. They help you make the assessment of where your building is. It helps you develop long-term plans for repairs and maintenance to make sure you get the longevity out of your buildings and facilities. There's again the completion of the Shanty Bay Fire Hall renovation project. The community center again has previously budgeted, so that's a carryover, but those are two new projects anyway that are coming to fruition this year. You'll see several LED upgrade projects, which also includes at various park locations. And then again, there's some north and south yard safety upgrades, generator replacement, and an oil tank decommissioning, which are again just at end of life. So for facilities, happy to take any questions.
Any questions from members of council? I guess the only question I have would be in pertaining to the south yard, and as far as capacity, when you take into consideration the age of the building and the location and capacity for equipment storage, and is there going to be breaking point at some point where we will need a bigger, I apologize, that's not the best word, the breaking point, but where we can't efficiently and effectively run out of that facility where we need a bigger footprint?
Your worship, that the answer is obviously yes. Some might argue we're there. We're almost there now. There are pieces of equipment that currently, the best practice would be to be storing that inside, that we don't have the choice. It's outside now. Part of, there's a few studies here all in one shot listed for a reason, because in several cases, this building included, we're getting there. We're capping out. So it's time to make this a priority. Hence, they're all listed here in one shot. And staff intend to move through these studies as quickly as possible. Because that's quite possible. We're also going to really take a corporate-wide lens and a different approach here to start to really consider what we can do with our existing facilities, making sure we're maximizing their usage. The fact that the old fire hall, is being converted into a bylaw facility now is a good example of taking that type of a corporate-wide lens approach. It's time to look. We've got some new fire facilities. Let's look at everything. What are our needs? Again, driven by the service level report. That helps drive the facility needs assessment. That helps drive the feasibility studies. So they're all linked. And yes, it's, again, because we're at that point, it's time to make that a priority.
And at what point in time will we have our list prioritized? And then because I understand we can't do everything in 1 year, or we can't do everything in 2 years or 3 years, but we need to forecast out to say, okay, look at here is where the township's going. Our population is going to grow over time no matter what, but it's how we do it in a balanced and responsible manner. But we also need to make sure we have the service facilities in place as we get there. Sure, it'd be nice to have the revenue come in beforehand, but unfortunately the model doesn't necessarily work like that. So, CAO Benz.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, and good insight there. And certainly, I think a number of the things that you've heard today in terms of the studies and looking at demand and what that looks like for a service mix and where that's located. You'll recall the fleet services review, for example. There was a review of garage bay needs, so we have a number of pieces as a starting point. But there isn't allocations here for these new facilities either. So if you think about that infrastructure gap and what you saw with the draw on the new community center and the new fire halls, that same thing would be there for these new facilities. So to the point around how do we prioritize, absolutely. That's the dilemma on the capital side, is that we can't continue the trend of taking out more from reserves than we're putting in. It's got to be the opposite if we want to be prepared for those future costs. So a lot of these initiatives, I think, will prepare us for the future. We are being more future focused so that we're not getting caught flat-footed with then having to adjust on the fly. But I think, certainly the organization has done an amazing job, in my opinion, of really trying to optimize the facilities that we do have. I mean, you can walk around the building here, for example, and Councillor Hutchison spoke about office space, and office space is really shared space, whereas, sometimes in an office environment, that's really, people view those as their own spaces. But I think, just that shift of being able to share and touch down also has some efficiencies, but we're at the point that we've optimized everything to the best that we can. There's probably still some low-hanging fruit, but we're at that point that we do need to address in the capital plan. And we are collecting development charges for some of those future requirements. We just need to quantify what timing and where they're to be located.
Yeah. And not to diverse from specifically this time, but I think there's there's multiple things we have to take into consideration. One is hopefully sometime within the year we can get a land inventory, because if we can sell off some smaller parcels of land that aren't useful in the near future, and then those funds could buy land that allows us to build the facility where we need it to be located to gain maximum opportunity moving forward. I think nothing's as simple as a 2-factorial solution. There's a multiple of components that have to fall into play, and that will be through good, strong strategic planning as we move forward. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. And again, good insight. I think I would just add that, certainly we want to look at our land inventory so that we don't have to purchase land. I mean, ideally, we'd be acquiring the lands that we need. And a really great example of that is the school site. We acquired those 20 acres for, I think it was just over $300,000. And Ms. Johnson spoke about the contribution from the school board for our share. So, I mean, that was certainly a wise investment at that point in time. And in the slides where we depicted the reserve balances, you'll note there is a $2 million assumption in 2027 for some divestment of land that would go back into the reserves to do exactly what you're talking about.
Perfect. No, that's fantastic. Anyone else want to provide anything at this time? No, that's good. Is there anything else you want to add, Dylan, or continue through?
No, we can continue through. Just before that was, again, there's one single project noted there in community halls, just at the Hawkstone Hall, small floor refinishing project. So I assume no one has any questions on that one, then we can move through to the last Parks and Sports field.
Oh, everything's good. Please continue.
Okay. So just a few projects to highlight here. You'll see there's a Shanty Bay Master Plan project. This is something it's been called for in the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. After completing the retrofit project down there, now we know the future of a corner of that site. So this would help now guide what to do with the rest of that park site. You'll see there's a couple tennis court improvement projects, including new lighting and court resurfacing. There's funds in for 25 for, again, pickleball court design up on Horseshoe Valley, just on line 4 at that park, as well as funds in 26 for construction up said park, and again some necessary lighting upgrades and replacements. One at a parking lot, Ball Diamond, and a couple other locations. So those are just the ones worth noting here or highlighting. Other than, again, Vasey Park to the continuation there, concession stand. Does say pavilion and concession stand. I will confirm the washroom and concession stand is really the focus there now, as the pavilion's already been completed.
Okay. I think Councillor Hutchison had a question on one item on this matter. So I not pointing you up, but I know you've got some concerns, and I think this is the time to address them.
You thought right. Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, through you. And thank you, Dylan. We've had this conversation, you and I and Roz, with regard to the request for tennis court lighting in the Line 4 Park from the Oro-Medonte Tennis Club. So I did want to speak to that. I think although the budget shows $65,000, there's an expectation that the club is to raise $32,000 of that $65,000. And they have worked very hard, currently have $13,000 already raised. In speaking with the president of the club on a number of occasions, he and others have put a significant amount of time and work into exploring the lighting options for the tennis court and bringing those options forward to the township, and looking for ways to keep the costs of that lighting down significantly. An incredible amount of work has been done behind the scenes by this group to help with their request for the lighting, along with this with this contribution of $13,000. And I would love for us to consider making up the difference through finding it in our own budget and not asking them to come up with the additional funds to make the $32,000. We see the pickleball request, and it's over $1 million, and we're looking at less than $20,000 here to have the tennis club have the lighting that they've been looking for a number of years. And I'll make a suggestion: maybe we don't buy new chairs for the Guthrie Arena. Sorry, I just got to look, but that's $25,000 in chairs.
Through your worship, Councillor, that's a touchy subject.
Okay,
those
I won't go
chairs
there.
need to be replaced.
Okay, but I just would like for us to see if we can have some consideration, given the amount of community effort that's been put into getting that $13,000 raised and the work that they have done behind the scenes on the lighting. I appreciate that probably the lighting could be combined with whatever lighting is going to be done for pickleball courts in 2026. So I don't think we'd see something realized this year as far as lighting goes for the tennis club, but I just want to get this out on the floor, because for that group of people, there's a sense of unfairness in that they're being asked to come up with money for lighting, yet there's other major projects happening where the clubs or associations are not being asked to chip in. So that's my 2 cents.
It was 55 cents, but it's okay. I'm just kidding. You know, no, and you know what? And you're listening to the members of the public and our constituents, and everyone needs to have their voice heard. So I think that's something we can take back and take under consideration and have some discussions about outside the meeting before we come back and ratify the final budget. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to my colleagues on council here. In a similar vein, I'm not a pickleball player myself, but I'm just trying to understand the comprehensive value to the township of spending, call it $1.9 million on the pickleball court. I know I'm not in the target demographic, I don't think, for pickleballs. But I'm just trying to, is this a facility in the future that, potentially the township is hosting events, like tournament events for pickleball? It's a very popular sport and lots of people are playing it, but this is almost a $2 million investment at a time when obviously the economy is in uncertain territory. And I just, I wanted to have the discussion on whether or not it's the right timing right now to do it.
CAO Benz.
If I could maybe speak to that, I think, getting back to how the capital plans have been put together, they're informed by our master plans, and this was the number one, pickleball was the number one priority through an extensive consultation in that recent Parks and Recreation master plan. The tennis court lighting was also put forward, and that was not a priority, although there are benefits. So it's that challenge of trying to provide services based on what we hear from the community. I would say, Councillor, that again, those master plans guide our development charges. So this has been a project that we have been collecting development charges for to be able to enable this to move forward. Your point's well taken, just in terms of the timing, and I would say the same goes for all of these projects, right? That some of them are going through the design stage, that when we put them out to tender, it might not be advantageous to put them out to tender given uncertainty and where we may be with other priorities across the organization, because if it comes to replacing a plow truck or a fire truck versus building something new, we're going to have to look at what we put forward in terms of recommendations. And I think this is really the challenge, and the piece that the community needs to understand is that, in your ward, for example, Shanty Bay, and we're talking about these antiquated wharf structures that are $500,000. Right? So there's a stakeholder group that really thinks we should spend $500,000 to repair a wharf in Shanty Bay. But again, from an overall perspective, amidst all of our priorities, those are really the challenges, and you've seen it with our reserves and what we're able to fund. I would also say that, the team before you today has cut a number of projects that have also been identified in priorities, things like our gateway signage and things like that, that really do have benefit, but they're a new asset that those now come on stream, and we've got to replace those assets moving forward. So we've done a cut of those things moving forward, and that's really, I think, the dilemma. So point well taken in terms of the pickleball courts. I think this has been a big piece, and it is growing, and the analysis has been done through that study. But as I started off with some of the stage gating and how we move through prioritization, you're bang on, I think, with how we need to kind of look at this moving forward, that a lot of these things may get parked. A lot of these may be opportunity projects as well. And you saw that with the phase 2 of the community center, that if there's some infrastructure funding that comes out, we've got a plan that's shovel ready. We can access some external funding to maybe move some of those things along, depending on the nature of the application. So I'd maybe frame it that way.
Welcome to municipal governance, everyone. Like this is the challenge that we'll all have, and it's not an Oro-Medonte. I think it's every municipality. We're trying to appease everybody with limited resources, and this is why hopefully, as we get a land inventory in, we can say, because I saw it at the beginning of the term or the end of last term when the Parks and Recs did the land inventory under Mr. Binns, and there were some building lots that we were looking at disposing of, and social media lit up like it was the 4th of July. So it is tough, and we want to provide everything we can for our constituents, but we do have limited resources without jacking everybody's taxes up 10-15%. So I think the reality is we'll work through it, and we'll continue to listen, and we'll try to do the best we can. But nothing comes simple, and I'll pass the floor to Councillor Schell.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to my colleague, did I hear you say something about tournaments?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes. So, there's an appetite, I think, out there for semi-professional or professional pickleball events that happen across the United States, and I think in Canada as well. So that's potentially, a way to attract people, if we have this infrastructure in place, to come to Oro-Medonte and play pickleball. People love it.
Yes, thank you. The reason I asked that is there potential for this generating some revenue?
There would be some revenue for sure generated with it, and ideally, as Councillor Hutchison spoke to, a partnership with a club that would offset some of the costs and maybe help program it. I mean, that's an optimal model. By no means will Oro-Medonte be Pickleplex of Ontario or Simcoe County, for that matter. It's really kind of looking at 8 purpose-built courts for pickleball. So, could there be some small tournaments or something? Yeah, absolutely. But if you look at some of the facilities in the States, I mean, you'll see how, and Roz would know better than I would, or Dylan, but I mean, we're talking multiple courts. There could also be some partnership opportunity here as well, like with some of our commercial partners that, maybe because there's a draw for the accommodator in the tourism sector as well, that there could be some fundraising or some partnerships there. So.
No. Thank you. Pickleball's going to be the new chamber filling short-term rental matter in the future, I can see, but no. Anyways, onward we go, please.
So I'll maybe start with fleet. I think the fleet replacements, just to get back to the fleet services review, when we were looking through the replacements, we really looked at the updated replacement schedules that were recommended through the Fleet Services Review. Those will be the new replacement schedules moving forward. We are in a bit of a transition zone that a lot of the vehicles maybe haven't been maintained to the degree that they could have and maybe should have been to extend the life. So where appropriate based on condition and life cycle, we've extended, and where appropriate, we're replacing. So that due diligence has happened there. And I will say, you'll recall the life cycle on our tandem trucks was recommended to be reduced. At this stage, the assumption is we're maintaining our existing life cycle, which again isn't optimal from an overall perspective, but again, it's making sure that we have the funds that are in the reserves to be able to deal with that longer term. So that'll be an area of focus for the updated asset management plan, and perhaps between Dylan, Carla, and the chief, I think if we can walk through some of the additions to fleet and equipment. And I think you're off the top here, Chief. Sorry, those are replacements.
Yeah, it starts with replacements.
Does council have any questions maybe on the replacements? I went through the methodology of how those were prioritized. Is there anything specific here?
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Binns. Maybe just some additional information on the second to last item, the 2019 Ford F-350 that we're going to replace. It seems to be a relatively new asset.
Can you speak to that, girl?
Through Mayor to Councillor Clark, that specific unit, when we purchased the facility maintenance units for our winter maintenance program back in 2019, the facilities were picked up internally by the township based on a cancellation of a contract with a third-party vendor due to insurance. So we had to move fairly quickly on the purchase of some of those vehicles. And in that time period, the vehicles that were purchased were based on the facilities that were being maintained at that time. The facilities maintenance routes, there's 3 of them that we have for our winter season, and it includes some of our fire halls, our parkland, and halls and other facilities with environmental services as well. Those routes are some of our largest routes that exist. So there is a requirement for the amount of material that they carry to have to reload multiple times. So from an efficiency standpoint, we're recommending that this unit be replaced, as it's getting a lot of wear and tear into the frame, and the larger scale unit that it would replace would provide better payload so that we don't have to reload as often during those routes.
Okay. Any other questions? And we can move forward, I guess, please.
And it looks like the majority of the additions here are in Dylan's group. So perhaps Mr. Flannery and Ms. Musso Garcia at a high level. Can you walk through the additions, please?
Gladly, yeah. Through your worship to members of council and the public here. Just a couple areas to highlight here are some, again, shop tool expenses. You'll see several really of the additions here are also driven by development charges as well. So that's inclusive for, there's 2 new pickup trucks for the Parks Division that would be the case for. You'll note the Parks Division has a stump grinder, a couple additional attachments to increase efficiencies, and maintain our beach a little better. One of them anyway, with the issue around geese down there. You'll note that there's an additional sidewalk machine with all winter maintenance type attachments there. That's also again driven by the additional sidewalks coming on with through new developments. and again, development charge and driven. Skid steer, spray patcher are some of the more expensive and noteworthy items there. Did you want to add anything, Carmen?
Yep. Through Mayor to Council, the fleet additions listed through there, as Dylan mentioned there, with the developments that have come in, some of these were identified for the services that we needed to provide with Craighurst Crossing, some of the sidewalks. Part of the attachment type purchases on here has been identified as in our fleet focus to maximize the utilization of the capital on the main units. So things like the excavators and loaders that have been purchased that are significant big ticket items that previously had been utilized kind of on a seasonal basis in very limited amount, to maximize the utilization over its life cycle by investing in some of those attachments in one-off basis. Not only will improve our operation in the field by being able to in-source some of those services that were reliant on third party, but it'll also help utilize the machinery to better capacity so that we're a machine that sits still isn't great for the equipment, so we're trying to keep the machines moving, and it will also provide added efficiency to the work that we're doing. So you'll see things like the slip-in water tanks is something that we have been partnering in the past with Fire as they get rid of some of their pumpers, that we will take them on to utilize them for flushing. However, that's something that we're probably not going to be able to do, as their fleet value is significantly higher than to use it for those purposes. So utilizing things like a slip-in water tank for a minor investment, we can continue using our dump trucks for those purposes and exploring that at a very minimal capital.
Okay, Council, any questions? Everything's fine? Thank you. Are we now on to environmental services? Is that where we are, Sean?
Yes.
Thank you. So on this slide, consistent with past budgets, you'll see environmental services with a dedicated capital program related to drinking water systems, namely items related to pump pipe rehabilitation, SCADA enhancement, and PLC. Again, that's SCADA is related to data acquisition and control in drinking water system plants, generators, and well rehabilitation. So these are proactive capital programs annually, biannually, that are related to continuous improvement and asset management. You'll also see in this list our desire to have a larger volume of projects shovel-ready, which positions us for a greater accessibility to possible grant funding. So essentially, similar to our friends in operations, design year 1, construction year 2. So you'll see that for projects related to storage in Horseshoe, Shanny Bay, Harborwood, and some pipe work in Medonte Hills. You'll also see that we like to coordinate projects with operations wherever we can. So for 2025, there's some water main replacement in the Harborwood drinking water system along Lakeshore Road. Again, this is just work with operations that we'll be doing. It benefits the public when we work together. There's less impact to local residents, and there's greater economies of scale in resourcing. And finally, the last two projects, again, going back to what I talked about before, a more dedicated focus in streetlight and urban stormwater. So capital programs mirroring increased focus in operating programs in both those divisions. So if anybody has any, one more thing, Warminster drinking water system. Just a reminder that that project already received $1.6 million in grant funding to be completed. And also another reminder that all those drinking water projects are funded through the user fee program and dedicated reserves for that particular division. If anyone has any questions, I'm glad to take them.
Any questions from members of council? Councillor Hutchison?
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, through you to Mr. Jacoby. So thank you. I see two important items on here that I just wanted to mention, and one is the integration of the private water system in Horseshoe. So once we ratify this budget, how quickly would we see that particular project starting?
I would expect us to resume meter installations in that particular area through a dedicated contractor, and then I'd be coming back to council with a project plan and some staging. So knowing that that project has significant public interest, we would do some staging and some information and communication on.
Great, thank
rollout.
you. And supplementary, Ms. Jacoby, I also see that the tower rehabilitation, it will be happening in 2025.
So that one, what I expect is we would go to tender on that particular project. To be honest, I would probably see that coming back in the 2026 budget again, because that project will be time sensitive based on weather. So once it goes out to tender, I wouldn't expect any contractor to want to pick it up until 2026. So I would expect to see that tender this year and likely to be completed in 2026.
Any other questions from council? Seeing none? Oh, sorry, Councillor Shell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, through you to Mr. Jacoby. Once, back on the Zone 1 integration, once we've integrated the Freed Horseshoe into our system, are we taking full ownership of the Freed? I should say continue taking ownership and responsibility for upgrading the existing water lines.
Once we take operational control of sections of that system as it's staged in, we would be the licensed operator, and that would come under our maintenance program.
Thank you.
But I just want to, you know, for clarity, Mr. Jacoby, but the water plant itself still will not be our property. That is Freed's property.
Yes, you are correct. The supply would come from our municipal drinking water supply.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Ms. Jacoby, and we can move on to 224 in progress projects. Sean, I believe that's you.
Again, I don't know, these projects are currently in the pipeline. You've heard through all the departments. Happy to take any questions if there's questions on any of the projects in this schedule. And I believe, Your Worship, Ms. Johnson wanted to say something here.
Yes, please go ahead, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. So these are projects that were approved in the 23 and 24 capital budget. And since they are carry forward, they're not completed, the funds had still remain in the reserves. So they have not been withdrawn yet. So we've shown the carry forward of those projects that are still happening, and that the funds from the reserves that were approved by council in 2024 will then be withdrawn in 2025. So we're just giving an overview of, I guess, a report on what projects are still happening from the 2024 budget.
Thank you very much. So council, are there any questions, anything up there, or any clarity from what Ms. Shannon Johnson said? Seeing none, please go ahead, Mr. Binns.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Maybe just to round out, we did speak at the intro about the allocation for grants and subsidies. Council has the package before them. I believe we may have missed one request from the Aurelia Physician Recruitment Committee. We'll make that adjustment, but wanted to confirm with council. You'll recall the assumption of the base budget carry forward of the $44,000. As per past practice, we would envision that council would approve the allocation and then distribute the funds. Just looking for confirmation that council is comfortable with that approach, or whether or not you wanted to look at either increasing or decreasing that allocation.
Councillor Bard.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. So the Mariposa House Hospice asked for a significant increase, I believe, did they not, for their expansion project, which if we were to grant that full request, it would eat up most of that allotment?
I believe the request, but I'll let CAO Ben speak to it, but I believe that's for an extension or an incremental addition to what we committed to initially.
It is an additional capital request. When the facility was constructed, there was an initial request for, I believe it was $12,500 for a number of years. We've met our commitment on that, and there's a new ask coming forward. You'll see in the summary spreadsheet for the grants and subsidy, the ask from all of the organizations is much greater than what has been there before. It's been council's practice, I think, in the past to fund similar allocations to prior year. I mean, we've talked about a number of the challenges. These are all external services to the organization. So any additional increase, again, coming back to a 1% increase is equal to $285,000. Everything we add at this point adds to the impact to the levy. So as we try and pull this together, I mean, these are things, Councillor, that we could seek some input from the community on as we look to get additional feedback. But Ms. Johnson and her team have some work to do in making some of the amendments and recalculating where we're at in advance of hopefully a ratification from council. But really just looking for guidance at this point, that if there is a desire to look at increasing that we can flag that for internal review.
May I suggest, like, I hate adding more work, and but that maybe council's given a list of all the requests on an Excel sheet with what was given in previous 2 years prior to, and say, here's what we have supported, here's what the amounts were, and this is what their request is, and then, you know, a blank column where council can go through each of them individually and say, how do we see this working out in order to get, because it's a tough thing to do, because some people, if you're cutting them back, is it worth doing, or is it necessary to do? Philanthropy is out there that a lot of these organizations depend upon. We also have to look at things, and I'm not trying to point anything, is I know we are the end user, but are these not provincial matters that should be supported and funded? Like, there's multiple reasons you can fund something or not fund something, and it's not that, but we got to realize we have one bucket. I don't think we want to be in the position now where we want to say we want to expand those costs. And so with the money that we have allocated, how's it best spread out in order to give the best impact for our constituents, because it is the constituents' money that we're spending or allocating. CEO.
I was just going to say, Mayor Green, that's not often that we're a step ahead, but we have summarized the allocations in a table. So if I could maybe suggest that we put this on the parking lot. I know that there's a lot of information there, and all of the packages are there, and really the tail end of probably the last 150 pages of the presentation. So we'll flag this for the parking lot, and then can have more discussion the next time we get together to discuss budget.
I feel like I've been set up, but it's okay. It's not the first time and won't be the last. Councillor Bard.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. And you probably said this, my brain's kind of mushy at this point, but Was there a dollar figure for the Aurelia physician recruitment that had come?
Do a presentation here. We had not heard from them around what their particular dollar amount request was, and we reached out several weeks before posting this budget. We've not received a response. We've left voicemail messages, not received a response. So at this time, I don't have any other information, but if we do hear from them, we can gladly update the sheet that is on here. I believe it's around page 227. It's just after the capital project section is where you'll find the spreadsheet that has all of the asks go back again 2 years or so, what was asked for, what was granted, and the new dollar asks. But that is one that we don't have at this time.
From the presentation, and I know Councillor Schell, who's the board member on our representative on that committee, I believe the ask that they came back with this year from the presentation, if my recollection is correct, it was based on a dollar amount per household is what they came back with. So I apologize, I can't recall the number at this point in time, but if Councillor Schell, if you could reach out to them unless you know it, and just to confirm if they could submit something.
Yes, I believe you're right. They were looking for a dollar figure, but I'll reach out to them tomorrow.
Yeah.
And who do I get them to email? You got it. I'll copy you on my email to them.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, so if there's no more questions regarding that, is there any, do you have anything else at this point, Mr. Binns?
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Just to highlight the next steps. So as I mentioned at the onset on March 28th, the online budget feedback form is available for community comments. The package, all of the budget information, the December 11th presentation is available for the public. On the first will be up at the Moonstone Fire Hall from 4 till 7. So if we could encourage members of the public to come on out, learn about the budget and what's proposed. And then back here at the Township Admin Office on the 3rd. We're going to close the deadline for public comments on the 9th of April. I would also suggest that if there are individual areas that council wanted more information on, over the next couple of weeks to reach out through the CAO's office with any questions on specific areas, we'd be happy to arrange a connect to provide more detail if needed. And then we're going to consolidate the feedback that we receive into an updated final draft that will be posted on the 25th of April, and then looking for ratification from council at a special meeting on the 29th of April. So that's really what the roadmap looks like here. Before we adjourn, Mayor Greenlaw, I'd like to do maybe just a quick summary of some of the actions that we've captured through the discussion. The first was to provide a summary of the ins and outs as it relates to the IT costs across the organization. The second component, and I don't know that it's necessarily a budget piece, but it's certainly something that we'll have some discussion with the team on around quantifying the benefits from some of the initiatives that we spoke about and capturing the efficiencies. I think the report card's probably the best vehicle to do that. Third was a summary of the environmental initiatives as it relates to the different services provided by the conservation authorities. And the fourth item was consideration for the cost of the tennis court lighting capital project, and bringing the grants and subsidies back as a parking lot item. So I just want to confirm that we've captured all of those the items from council.
Okay, no, perfect. So is that it before I help close things up here for you?
Yeah, if I could just say one more thing, Your Worship, I'd just again like to thank our entire team. I'm hoping that, as we went through, you'll see that there was a really critical look at how we're currently doing things. Can we do things better? And I think a lot of the initiatives that have been initiated, you're now starting to see some of the fruits of those initiatives, and hope to see how the business plans are setting us up for our future and our future requirements. So again, I'd just like to thank the team in the room here and pulling this together and at every level for that level of involvement in the process. It truly resulted in I think the product that we were able to produce collaboratively as a team. So thank you.
No. And I just want to echo Sean. I want to congratulate you and your team who have done a phenomenal job. And you really have, all your team has really pulled their socks up, and I'm very, very, very impressed with the presentation today and the work and the detail. And like any member of council will always say, the efficiency and proficiency of the presentation. So, it's hard to stay focused. You've made it interesting, you made it concise, you presented the key facts and the pillars. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
And then I know I have to say, I need to ask for the motion to receive.
Moved by Clark, seconded by Hutchison, be it resolved, 1, that the correspondence amended and presentations provided by the senior management team read 2025 to 2026 budget presentations and deliberations be received. 2, that staff proceed as directed by council. And 3, that the matter be brought forward to the special council meeting on Tuesday, April 29 for further discussion.
Okay. Any questions, comments? I see none. Vote, all in favor? That is carried. And then number 6 is announcements. Sean has covered them off under next steps. So that's called efficiency and bringing everything together under one. The only thing that I wanted to remind everybody is the STR licensing feedback from the public. Comment forms are on our website, and April 4th is the deadline. So please put your comments in. Let's get this right. This has been a bit of a legacy file that we want to get cleaned up, but we want to make sure we get it right as best as we can. Okay? And then I'm going to ask the clerk, may we have a confirmation bylaw, please?
Moved by Shell, seconded by Bard, be it resolved that bylaw number 2025-030, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the special council meeting on Thursday, March 27, 2025, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, be engrossed by the deputy clerk, signed and sealed by the mayor.
All in favor? That is carried. And may we have a motion to adjourn, please?
Moved by Clark, seconded by Hutchison, be it resolved that we do now adjourn at 3:37 p.m.
All in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much, everybody, and staff. That was amazing. And everyone have a great